Right up here, ma'am. Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Right. Thank you. Please have a seat. Just need you to scoot up close to that microphone, okay? Adjust it if necessary.
Okay. Sorry, I had my stuff here.
What is your name?
June Umchinda.
Please spell your name.
June. Last name Umchinda.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you know Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Adelson?
He's my ex-boyfriend.
How long did you date Mr. Adelson?
We dated about 2 solid years, but we're kind of on and off for like 7 years. So,
okay, when did you first meet him?
I met him in 2015, I believe.
And did you start dating in 2015?
Okay, I think I met him 2014 because I met him once when he was with someone else and he was living with a roommate that I was talking to back then. So we met once and then a year went by and then we reconnected, which I believe that was 2015.
All right, who was the roommate that you mentioned?
Jerry Obed.
Okay, that was somebody that was living with Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, and I think it's Dr. Obed, correct?
Right.
Was Dr. Obed living with Charlie Adelson when you started dating Charlie Adelson?
No, not anymore.
All right, so you started dating him in 15?
I believe so. I have to look back, but yes, I believe it was October 2015.
All right, and you said it was kind of on and off. Can you tell the jury, was it steady for a certain period of time and then on and off after that? Can you describe that?
Yes, so for the 2 years, it was definitely on. We were together like every day, basically lived there, but not legally. So, I saw my future with him. We were going to get married. It was a big thing. But after this and everything, obviously a lot happened and we ended up breaking up. And we just always kept in touch, but we weren't officially together. So that's why I say it's on and off, because we've seen each other a few times after the 2 years.
Okay.
So,
but approximately in 2017 was sort of the official end, and then it was a little bit on and off after that?
Yes, officially 2017, I believe.
All right. During the time that you were steady dating Charlie Adelson, did you stay over at his place regularly?
I did almost every night. I think every night I did, yeah. When we were
Where
together.
was his place?
Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Whale Harbor?
Yes.
Is the name of the road?
Whale Harbor Lane.
And what did Mr. Adelson do for a living during the time you dated him?
He worked full time as a periodontist.
Did you ever observe him engaging in any type of gang-related activity?
No.
Any type of gang members hanging around with him or interacting with him during the time you were in a relationship with him?
Not that I know of, no.
Did you ever see him engaging in any drug use or drug dealing?
Definitely not drug dealing. He likes like marijuana and that's probably it, and drinking. So.
All right. And during the time that you two were together, that 2 years, have you described yourselves as being inseparable? You and Mr.
Yes,
Adelson.
we were like best friends at one point. So.
As you sit here today, when was the last time you had contact with Mr. Adelson?
So it was actually, so he reached out to me the night before he got arrested the next day, but I did not reply until the next day, and he was already gone. So
in the last year, and I'm speaking about from today back, how much contact have you had with him?
Well, this year I particularly tried to stay away from him. He wanted to see me a lot. He would reach out, but I just couldn't with this whole thing going on, and there's issues with another girl after me.
When you say this whole thing going on, you're referring to this.
This whole thing, this whole thing with the murder case. Plus, there was that other girl, that slut, and the murder and the slut. I just couldn't.
Case that we're here about. Did you ever observe Charlie Adelson to have large amounts of cash?
I mean, I don't really know what large would be, but yes,
I'm June Umchinda, and I only operate in ultra large cash or mega large stacks of cash. So I don't know what large would be from the point of view of an attorney living in Tallahassee. Sorry. My BMW has a cream Louis Vuitton interior, and I operate in mega ultra large stacks of cash.
I saw cash with him.
Thousands of dollars worth of cash?
Yes.
Where did he keep the cash?
I always keep thousands of dollars in my Louis at all times. I've got 30 grand on me right now in court. Okay, my name is June Umchinda, and I operate in mega ultra large stacks of cash. The glove box in my white BMW X5 with the cream interior is stacked of cash. With cash.
He obviously kept cash in his wallet, and he kept cash.
He would keep cash in his wallet, and sometimes he would have 10 grand under his hat. Both pockets, both jean pockets, wads of cash in his sweater socks. You know, sometimes we would pay for a meal, and he would just pull out 10K from his sock. For the tip, he used to have a party piece where he'd just lift up his hat, and 5 grand would fall out onto the dining table. So, you know, I operate in mega, ultra large stacks of cash.
In a safe as well.
A safe in his room?
Yes.
All right, and that was at the Whale Harbor residence?
Yes.
Okay, and was it a safe like the size of this speaker on our table, or like the kind that's like the size of a refrigerator?
A larger one.
And was there anything unusual about?
Yes, what do you mean the size of a refrigerator? Because Charlie Adelson's safe is so big, he has a refrigerator inside the safe, okay? Because sometimes when he's stapling his cash, he gets a little thirsty and likes ice in his drinks. So we keep a refrigerator and chest freezer inside his safe.
The way that Mr. Adelson packaged his money.
I never looked in the safe primarily, so I don't know how he kept the money or where it came from. I just know there was money in there.
All right, and that was thousands and thousands of dollars?
From the time that I saw, there was. I don't know how much was in there.
All right, and were the thousands and thousands of dollars kept in stacks of hundreds?
The thousands that I saw were $100 bills.
$100 bills. And were they stapled together in stacks?
I believe so. I saw like a staple, but this was so long ago that.
Would it refresh your recollection to review your prior statement given on July?
No, I remember it. Like,
Okay.
I mean, there were staples on it. I just don't know. Like, I never saw the money in the safe, so I don't know.
Okay, but you saw money out of the safe being counted, right?
Right.
Okay, and that money was in stacks of $100 bills stapled together.
Yes.
What about Catherine Magbanua? Do you know her?
No, I don't.
Were you aware that Charlie Adelson dated Catherine Magbanua before he dated you?
I was, only because of the media and this. They thought I was Catherine at one point, so.
Okay, but during the time that you dated Charlie Adelson, were you aware that he had a girlfriend previously named Katie?
What does that mean for the local media in Miami? They see any Asian woman, any slight Asian-looking woman going into Whale Harbor Lane. Are you Magbanua? Are you Filipina? Come here. We want an interview. How much cash do you have on you right now? Oh, June.
No.
And what about after you? Do you know who he dated after you?
After me, he dated another girl named Bree.
All right. And what about Whitney? Do you know who that is?
I do. So when Charlie and I met, he was with Whitney.
He dated a girl named Bree, and then he dated another girl named Rockford, and then he dated another girl named Feta.
And that was before me.
Okay.
And then I met.
But that was before he met Camembert, and he liked Camembert the best.
Whitney briefly, like one time.
And are
Hmm.
you aware, after the media attention began in reference to this case, of Charlie Adelson beginning to have a lot of contact with Catherine Magbanua?
No.
Did you previously say that in your statement in July 24th of 2018?
Not that I recall. Did I say that they were speaking a lot, or?
That Charlie started talking to Catherine Magbanua a lot after the media attention started. Did you say that? Don't recall.
I might have said it, but now that I look back, I can't really like pinpoint when. I think I saw a text message of him talking about a car with her or something, but I never like heard him talking to her.
Yeah, check this out. I was thinking today about the methods used to pay Catherine Magbanua by the Adelsons, right? And every one of them is idiotic. If the whole point of this thing is this layer cake, layer, the ways that you paid her. First of all, you've got the stapled cash, a practice that no one does. You go to all the trouble of hand washing the money, so much so that you deliver it damp and it molds. But you staple it, okay? Nobody ever does that. It's the stupidest way, you know. Even June thinks it's stupid, okay? That's how stupid it is. So that really, you know, is a calling card that leads back to you. And later, we're going to pay June They think, oh, well, she works in admin. We met her at Sophie Dental. So, she does clerical work for dentists all the time. We own a dentistry, a dental practice. We'll pay her from the business. Yeah, because that'll be discreet. No one will know. No one will know unless they look into it, and then they'll find out. And then the car as well. We're gonna give you a car, Lexus car. Ooh, yeah, it's a 2001, but it's been really well looked after. Full service history. Harvey had the shocks changed on this thing twice a month. Okay, yeah, but of course the registered owners go from Harvey to Catherine Magbanua. If you want to give her a car, go and buy it. Go and buy her a car that's not got a registration with the state connecting the two names. Give her the cash. Pay for a car for her. If you want to give her a car, I mean, hey, I know. I got a real way to sweeten this deal. We're getting rid of a car. But how about, instead of going to the hassle of selling the car, we give it to Catherine Magbanua? I'm sure there's others. I mean, all the other little things. You want a trip? Oh, it's in Key West. Yeah. The cottage, the owner owns it. He doesn't even rent it out to anyone. You have to know the owner, and we'll get you that cottage. We'll pay for that cottage. What? No, I was just trying to keep her happy. Oh, I was trying to find out if Sigfredo might be behind the second extortion.
Okay, did you ever know of Catherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson as an employee?
No, I didn't know Charlie back then, so.
Well, happy birthday, Jen Phoenix, who had a birthday yesterday and a party on Discord. Happy birthday, Jen Phoenix.
Okay, and during the time that you were with him, she was not working as his personal assistant to your knowledge, or working for him in any capacity to your knowledge?
Not that I know of.
Were you dating Charlie Adelson at the time when the first arrests were made in this case of Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
All right. And did Mr. Adelson's behavior change when the arrests were made?
Yes, they did.
Can you explain how his behavior changed?
Well, this case kind of blew up in the media, so he was obviously.
How did his behavior change? Well, he was up all night, every night. He walked around the kitchen with a loaded gun, peered through the curtains all the time, took suspicious long walks, Yeah, his behavior after the bump, it changed. Oh. Do you remember that call? How do we find that call? The one where he's trying to get June to come over and she's pissed off. And he's like, he just puts this stupid emotional blackmail on her and then just starts being abusive. And it's just, how do we find that call? I'll see if I can find it. Hang on.
Obviously, he went through a lot of stages. At one point, he was very depressed, and every day it was something different. But he just was never the same after this.
Did he become violent?
Not like really to me, but sometimes he would get angry. Sometimes
agitated.
I think so. Yeah.
Short fused.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Couldn't sleep.
Yes.
Did he keep clothes by his bed in case the police showed up in the middle of the night?
He did that once, I think, but it was so long ago that I don't know if it was for that reason.
Did you have any contact with Donna Adelson during this time frame?
No.
Do you remember being on the balcony of the Icon where Mrs. Adelson lives, having a conversation with her about this case?
Briefly.
All right. And what was her demeanor? Do you know what I mean by that? How was she acting?
Yeah, I
during
know
that
what
conversation?
demeanor means, but she was, everyone was obviously upset about this, and it's, you know, she wasn't happy, so.
She was stressed out, right?
Yeah, of course.
Did she have puffy eyes?
I don't think I'm going to find that call right now. I don't have it labeled. I've only got about 5% of the calls labeled, which should, you know, at least that means we have a lot of wiretaps coming up.
I don't remember.
Did she complain about not sleeping?
Possibly.
And did she make a statement to you about Dan Markel?
Yes, I believe so.
What was that statement?
Just that everything was awful, and it feels like, you know, like it's, I don't know. I'm sure you have it there. So
Do you know what it is?
I kind of briefly remember, but,
Did she say that she feels like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her?
I don't know, like, if they were those exact words. I think she was just so stressed out and upset that that's how it came out. So
During the time you dated Charlie Adelson, how many times did you visit his
Yeah, I don't know if it was those exact words. It was either Dan's back from the grave haunting her, or Dan has risen from the dead and has come back to enact revenge upon me. One of the two.
parents at the Icon?
not more than 10 times.
And was this the last time you ever visited them at the Icon when she made this statement?
No.
So you saw her again after that?
Yes.
Was there any further conversation about the homicide at that time?
No.
Did Charlie Adelson have WhatsApp on his phone?
Yes.
Do you know if he communicated with Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, California Amy. It was the one where he's going, June, you're being weird, June. You know, because I think she was getting spooked out with, well, one, she was getting maybe spooked out, but also she was just saying, listen, I've got stuff to do, and we spent all weekend with your mom and dad, and I didn't get to call my mom and I've got to shave my legs, and you know, I think she just genuinely had a bunch of stuff to do. She was like, no, June, you're being weird, June. You're making me want to be with other women, June. Like, that's literally what he said. Or girls. It was either women or girls. June, you're making me want to be with other girls. You're either stupid or you're lying. Oh, I love that call. It's just one of the best. He's such a bully in the call, right? It really comes out. When we listen to him talk to Donna, you know, you can see the asshole in him also. Excuse me. But you know, with that call with June, it's just like, wow, man. Yeah, that checks out. You know, that's pretty much what I expect. That's pretty much how I expected you to be.
Via WhatsApp.
I don't know.
After your breakup with Charlie Adelson, I guess I'm referring to the official breakup in 2017, did he give you any gifts?
After that?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't remember. Maybe like little gifts. Like I
How
don't
about a
know.
car? Did he give you a car
No.
after you broke up?
No,
Did he put you on the payroll at the Adelson Institute after you broke up?
no.
Do you recall him telling you that he gave Catherine Magbanua a car?
I do.
What was the deal with that?
I think he just said his father had the Lexus and it was an older Lexus, so he wanted to help someone out and they didn't need the car, so yeah.
Okay. And what about trips, vacations? Did Mr. Adelson pay for you to go on any trips or vacations after your breakup with him?
After the breakup, no.
All right, one moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
I wonder what June's hair feels like, huh? I'm guessing it feels pretty soft. Pretty cared for. Where's our resident lady with the scissors? Michelle, tell us about June's hair. Is there anything that you would suggest her to do? Do you think it's got a good quality shine? You know, from your professional opinion, what's the lowdown on June's hair?
Fall.
Good afternoon, Ms. Umchinda.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
Getting a pretty good front and center to the back of Tara Kawasis's head. I feel like I'm the hairdresser now. Would you like a bit of product?
Good, thank you.
You a little nervous?
No, I've been here since 8 a.m. waiting, so
That's
that's why I'm a
many
little
people in
tired.
here can understand what you're going
But-
through. So, I just want to go over some more details about what Ms. Kappelman discussed with you about your relationship with Charles Adelson, okay?
Okay.
Now, when you first met Charles, he had a girlfriend at that time, right?
Yes,
And that girlfriend was Whitney.
correct.
You were actually on a date with his roommate, Jerome Obed, when you met him the first time.
Yes.
Okay, so it was like a double date situation.
Not intentionally. I was supposed to hang out with Jerry at his house because he was the roommate. So it was Charlie's house, but I was with Jerry at the moment.
At the moment. But
And
you
then
weren't
that's when I
with
met.
Charles.
No, he was with Whitney, and we didn't plan it like that. It just kind of happened. Yeah.
Okay, and that was around 2014 to 2015.
Yes.
Now, a few months after you met him, Charlie is the one that sought out your phone number, right?
Yes.
He tracked you down.
Correct.
That friend of yours was a patient of his, correct?
She wasn't officially a patient yet. She looked online and wanted to have work done that a periodontist would do, and it happened to be Charlie. And I didn't even know she was going there, but she told me, "Oh, I went to the dentist or the."
Silky. Yeah, it's pretty damn good job, huh? I mean, all about it. The ending curl, the center parting. Yeah, silky smooth.
periodontist, and he mentioned somehow I came up, and then
And then after that, he was actively pursuing you, trying to take you on a date, right?
well, he asked her for my number, and then he had his office staff call.
Okay,
To
so he got
get
your
my
number
number.
from his office staff, and that's how he started calling you.
Through my best friend Gia, correct?
Okay, and when he started to pursue you, he assured you he wasn't with Whitney anymore, right? You all day, right?
Right. We always went to work during the day and then
But-
after work.
At that time, you didn't have any kids.
No, I still don't have kids.
He didn't have any kids at that time.
No,
That's not the situation now, though, is it?
no.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second.
She really is upset that he moved in with Bree and they got a kid and a dog and bless her.
And so you didn't have any kids, he didn't have any kids, you guys had, apart from 9 to 5, all the free time in the world to spend with each other.
Correct.
Now, you weren't technically living at his house, but you were sleeping there every single night.
Right.
And you were in love with him.
Yeah, you could say that.
Right? You thought he was in love with you too, right?
At one point, yes.
You actually thought this was the man of your dreams.
Right.
He told you he loved you?
Of course, yes.
He told you you were the only one?
He said that, but I mean, over time, I got to know
Well,
him, so.
hindsight is 20/20, but at the time, you thought you were the only one.
Right.
Now, he's very convincing that way, isn't he?
Yes, I guess so.
He has no issues with communication. Is that fair to say?
Right.
He has no problem being the guy that reaches out.
No, he's very confident and, like calm. He always knows what to say. He's very smart.
And is he very charismatic?
Yes.
And he talks a lot. Right?
Yes, he talks about everything.
And he dominates almost every conversation that he's in.
Right.
And at the time, he seemed like he really did care about you. That's how you felt.
Right.
He was a very attentive boyfriend. You never had to like look at your phone and be like, why isn't Charlie calling me today?
No, he was always like keeping in touch.
And if, for example, you weren't calling, he would be blowing up your phone, right?
Oh yeah, I'd call my roommate. Like if I took a nap once, he'd like come and find me. I don't know. He
Okay.
used to get worried about me. I don't know why, but
Now, even after you broke up, it's not like when you broke up, you stopped communicating with him, right?
right.
He's-
For a while we did after the whole thing.
Now, let's talk about, well, we'll tell this jury why it is you broke up, okay? Now, you guys took a break, right?
Yes.
What year was that?
I want to say it was the end of December, like 2017.
17,
Or 18
okay.
or something.
So, you break up, you guys are apart for a few months, right?
Only 2 months. like,
Only 2 months.
supposedly.
Then he gets back together with you, right?
Right. I
Then
got back with him.
You got back with him. Then you find out that in that 2 month time span, he ended up getting Wendy's boyfriend's nanny pregnant.
Yes.
And this was just in that 2 month period that you were apart.
Right.
Did you try to stay with him or?
Not really. Like maybe I gave it a thought, but I don't think I could have ever done that. Like after what he did, and then obviously this was going on too, so there's just a lot of baggage.
And this is who you had mentioned before. That's Bree, right? Is the mother of his child.
Right.
Okay. And he had this child in 2018.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, one of the other reasons that the reason you broke up with him actually is that you found out he was cheating with you from a girl from the Philippines, right?
That's not the reason we broke up, but
You did find out he was cheating on you with a girl from the Philippines.
yeah, he never admitted it till this day, but I suspected it and I've seen the messages, so.
You found something in his
Obviously.
phone with a girl that lives in the Philippines, right?
Right, yeah.
Does
Yeah.
Charles like?
Yeah, she was 12 years old, so he never admitted it to this day. And, but I did find a birthday card that he was sending that read, Happy 12th birthday.
To go to the Philippines?
Not lately, but like, sorry, but obviously, back then for a little bit, he did like to go travel.
Does he? You know him also to travel to Vietnam?
He did one trip that I knew, but I don't know anything else.
Would you say that Charlie Adelson has a particular taste in a certain type?
Yeah, okay, Michelle, you're definitely next in line. I'll get in touch with you as soon as the books are open. I'm just getting back into the flow of things here. And yeah, definitely. We got your name on the top of the list somewhere.
Girl?
Yeah, he told me, like, I mean, I think he likes Asian women. He
His
says,
preference
so
is Asian
I don't
women,
know. Yeah.
right? You see somewhat of a resemblance between yourself and Miss Magbanua, right?
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, people mistake me for her sometimes.
In fact, a month ago, you were on TV when Charles was arrested, and NBC said you were Catherine Magbanua, right?
I heard of that. I didn't see it, but people were telling me that my picture was up, mistaking me for Catherine. So.
All right. Now, you know now that throughout the course of your relationship, he was actually still in regular communication with Catherine.
I do, because I just saw the recording of all that. That was when I was still with him.
But you didn't know back then.
No.
He was able to keep that from you, right?
Correct.
Even though you were with him every day and every night.
Right, and he would tell me something, but that was around the time he was acting weird, so.
And he's the type of guy, like, if you catch him, like, in I want to say a lie, he has a very good way of trying to talk his way out of it, right?
Yes.
Now, he was able to do all type of things without you suspecting anything, right?
Not exactly, I would suspect, but he was good at,
Hiding things.
Yeah, being Charlie, I guess you could say.
So when you started dating him, you had no idea who Catherine Magbanua was?
No.
And you guys, you said, became serious in October of 2015, 1 year after Dan Markel was murdered.
Yes.
Yes. That, you spent that Christmas with his family, right?
It was Hanukkah, but yeah, I think it was that Hanukkah
That Hanukkah, because they're Jewish, right? And Donna was there, right?
Right.
Harvey was there, right?
Right.
Wendy was there?
Right.
That's when you met Wendy's boyfriend.
Yes, David. At
and
the
it's
time.
David's nanny, who is the mother of Charles Adelson's child.
Yes.
Now, you asked Charlie.
Yeah, but only after she completed college. Charlie had the decency to wait for this one to at least finish school.
What happened to Wendy's ex-husband, right?
I did, yes.
And he told you, his girlfriend, someone shot him in his garage.
Right.
And when you tried to ask him more questions, he was very short with you.
He just said he didn't know who did it, and, I didn't want to press more, so that was it.
But you read off of him, he didn't want to talk about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was just like a moment of silence, so I didn't want to go deeper with something like that. So.
And all he would really say to you is, he just died. He didn't go into any details about anything.
Right.
Now, you were dating him around April, May of 2016, right?
Right.
That is when someone approached his mother on the street, right?
Yes.
And you had said that for 2 weeks he was acting very strange.
He was acting strange all the time ever since this, so yeah.
And around that time, you had said too that he was more consumed with his family than usual.
Possibly, yes.
All right. Now, you trusted what Charlie would be telling you, right?
I did.
Okay. And even though you tried to ask him as a concerned girlfriend, like, what's going on? Why are you behaving like this? He wouldn't tell you what's going on, right?
No.
He never told you that some person walked up to his mother and was handing him a paper about his brother-in-law's murder and demanding money.
No, and the night I guess he met with Catherine, he lied to me about where he was that night, so. And then I found out later I guess he didn't want to tell me he was with Catherine, like an ex-girlfriend.
So he had no problem being with you and then keeping all these things behind your back, right?
Right.
You only found out now that he was lying to you the entire time.
With that lie, yeah.
That lie amongst others.
Well, I mean, he did tell me like after the fact when it came out, but then I realized, I put two and two together, that it was the same night that he was acting suspicious. So.
Okay. Now, you were actually dating Charles before everything blew out in the media, right?
Correct.
Charlie actually told you about Dan Markel being murdered before everything came out in the media.
Yes.
Okay. And that's all he told you is Wendy's ex-husband was murdered.
Correct.
He was in a garage and that he didn't know who did it.
Right.
And you found out that Charlie was actually a suspect in this homicide when someone from ABC walked up to you in front of Charlie's house, right?
Yes.
They thought you were Catherine.
Yes.
Tried to interview you.
Yes.
You're not Catherine.
No. I didn't even know her name at the time. I was like, who's Catherine?
And literally like walking up on his driveway, people with microphones were coming up to you to try and interview you, right?
Right, and that's how I found out about this. So.
Okay. From a reporter coming to you.
Yes.
Now, I'm sure once you heard about that, natural tendency is to start looking up everything online, right?
Well, it wasn't online back then as of yet.
But at some point, you were able just to type in his name and a 24-page affidavit would pop up detailing his alleged involvement in this, right?
Right.
And this is when he was still free, right? Yes?
Yes.
And you just mentioned that the last time you spoke to Charles Adelson was the night before he was arrested, right?
I'd have to look. I know he wrote me. I don't know if I responded that night, but I usually didn't text him back right away recently because I just wanted to wait, like stay away from him for a little bit.
That wasn't in 2016,
So,
right?
No, this was the night before he was arrested.
A month ago.
Right.
Right? April 20th of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. So all the time that he's free and he has all of this stuff online and all this stuff saying that he was suspected, he was never arrested until a month ago, right?
Yes.
And I'm sure you as his girlfriend, when all this stuff was out in the media.
And what do we think about Katie's hair? Michelle, I'm assuming this is one of the days that she's spent a bit of time on her hair. Even though her hair may not be the focal point of the picture. I think she's fresh out of the operating theater. Cosmetic operating theater at this point. Loud and proud, baby.
Media saying that he's involved and in this homicide, you must have asked him, what is all of this?
Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of shocked that he didn't mention it or tell me what was going on because I had no idea about anything. So.
Before then, he never said to you, oh my God, these people think I had something to do with my sister's ex-husband's murder.
Right.
Never said anything like that to you, right?
No, he would just rush away to his friend's house or try to go somewhere and not tell me where. So I just thought it was something else.
That he tried to keep you from knowing anything.
Right.
Now,
the Space Buns picture was very recent, a cappella, like within this month, I think. I mean, we got that fresh out of the jail.
He also told you at one point not to answer the door when the cops showed up, right?
Well, he went out of town and he said if I was at the house and the cops show up, just don't answer it or. But I didn't know anything. I'm like, why would the cops show up?
Now, Catherine was arrested on October 1st of 2016. You guys were still dating then, right?
Yes.
And when she was arrested, he was shocked and surprised that she had been arrested, right?
Yes.
Those were the words you used, right?
Right.
Yeah, he was shocked and surprised. He thought he'd come up with the perfect plan by hiring his girlfriend to hire her ex to kill his brother-in-law. Untraceable. Untraceable, there's no route back to us. He was shocked and surprised.
Those were the words you used when you were describing that to Agent Sanford back in 2018.
Right.
When she was arrested, he started now acting more strange. Put a strain on your relationship, right?
Right, of course.
All right. Now, in August, before that arrest, okay, there was an episode on 2020, right?
Right.
You watched it with him?
Not like the premiere, but eventually we ended up watching it because everyone was talking about it. So.
Yeah, I can imagine. Okay. And isn't it true that when Agent Sanford came to interview you in 2018, he told you that they put that show out?
They did. I don't know if I remember that. But...
If it's reflected in your recorded statement, that would be a fair representation of what Agent Sanford told you, right?
That they put 2020 on?
That
or...
we put that show out.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure. I don't really remember now, but...
You watched the show with Charlie.
Right.
And he'd never give you any explanation about any of it, right?
No, well, at that time, it was out, so I kind of knew what was going on by that time.
Isn't it true he actually told you they have it completely wrong?
Yes.
He said that Katie worked for him, right?
Every time I watch Tara Kawas, I hate her a little bit more. I mean, the things that she bases her legal arguments on are so ridiculous. Isn't it true that he told you that they had it completely wrong? Oh, what? Yeah, okay. Well, we've just spent the last 30 minutes establishing that he's a lying scumbag, so,
He did say, I think she did work for him, did some work for him.
He also mentioned that she paid for her own breast augmentation, right?
He said she paid for one of them or something.
So if she's only had one, then she paid for it.
I guess he helped her with the other, I don't know.
Helped her find the doctor?
No, half of it.
So now your testimony is that he told you he paid for half of her breast augmentation?
No, I don't think he ever told me that he paid for it at all. But he said something about they accused him of paying for it, and he said he may have helped half, and paid for one. I don't really know.
Are you saying one breast?
Yeah, this is not my words. That's what Charlie said.
All right.
So.
And are you not sure if what you're telling me now has been...
I can so see Charlie saying something like that as well. Like they're watching it on TV and the news says, and Charlie Adelson paid for her breast augmentation surgery. They've got it all wrong. I paid for one of them.
Improperly influenced by all the stuff you've read on the media about this case?
Wait, what was it? Sorry.
I'm saying, are you able to...
Yeah, Michelle, we were just looking at Katie's hair for comparison. Let's see if we can blow it up again. Still having some issues with this software, so it's just going to take a second here. Stretch, fit to screen. So we were saying that although Katie's hair may not be the origin of purpose for this photo having been taken, a lot of people don't even notice that she has hair at the we're pretty sure that this was photographed the day of surgery. But, she does have hair, and there it is. And you know, it's slightly more skank than June's hair. I mean, June's hair is a little bit more classy, but it's still quite nice, I suppose.
Separate what it is that you know or from what you read in the media about this case before you were interviewed.
I tried to, yeah.
All right. Now, the first time that the detectives came to speak to you was in the middle of 2018, right?
Right.
They knew you had broken up with Charles and you guys weren't on good terms, right?
Wobbling.
Oh, that time.
Wobble. Wobble,
I
wobble.
think they knew. Like, yeah. Yeah, they knew after I told them. So.
Now, when they tried to come and speak with you, they didn't just bang on your door, not announce themselves, leave, and never come back, right?
No, I think for a few days they tried to get in touch with me.
No, they waited in your lobby for you, right, of where you lived?
Well, I parked my car and they like waited for me to get out of my car to walk to my lobby and to my place that I lived at the time. Yeah.
They had previously called, identified themselves, and left messages for you saying they wanted to speak to you, right?
Right.
Okay. And when they finally approached you in the lobby, they identified themselves as law enforcement.
Yeah, I think Patrick did, or one of them, but I think
the
it was
FBI
his
agent.
name.
Yeah?
But I wasn't sure if the woman was Shelley.
But you were sure that you were speaking to law enforcement?
Yes, at that time.
And they were nice to you?
They were really nice, yeah.
I don't know what the forecast annual salary for a bottle server is, Julia. Perhaps it is that much. I mean, I guess if you really go into it as like a focused career and you go to the what's the big club that guy was on about? Live. You know, you do all the best jobs, focus, but Katie didn't want to work at all. I'll take the 35K for, having my knucklehead baby daddy grab his knucklehead Latin King brother to take a drive up to Tally. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just, I don't know what her next move would have been. Milking Charlie, only goes on so long. What was her next move? I mean, 35 grand, living in Miami with 2 kids to feed, that doesn't even pay for your year. What's next? Fucking entrepreneur.
And they said they wanted to talk to you, right?
Yes.
And they never told you that they were recording you. Isn't that true?
Yes.
They actually promised you that what you told them would be kept secret and that no one would find out.
Yes.
That's not true, is it?
No, obviously not.
Your recorded interview is out in the media, right?
Yeah, everything I've done, like, they put out, and I haven't really.
There's a camera on you right now, right?
Yeah.
You're still talking about this. So that wasn't true when they said they'd keep it secret, right?
Right.
And they gave you every opportunity to answer the questions that they posed to you about Charles, right?
Yes.
They never accused you of lying?
No, I was obviously, like I said at that time, so I was willing to share what Charlie did to me and open up to them. I was vulnerable, so.
But you did answer all their questions, though, right?
I did, yeah.
And when you told them you knew nothing about the homicide, they believed you?
They didn't tell me if they believed me, but I just told them what I knew, so.
You haven't been arrested, though, have you, for being his girlfriend?
No.
And even though you were his girlfriend at the time and you were living with him, every single day, you had no idea that he had been suspected as being involved in the murder of Wendy's ex-husband?
No, definitely not. Not at all.
Your Honor, may I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there any water?
Sure. Do we have a water? There's some in the jury room if we need to.
Hey, Judge, if June Umchinda asks you if there's any water, the next words out of your mouth better be still or sparkling. Would you like an ice and lemon with a twist? Sparkling water with a twist. Is that Highland Spring or Evian?
We'll get you water in just a moment.
Thank you.
June should have said, is there any Evian?
All right, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Oh,
Okay, well,
I
you're
think
done.
we're finished.
Okay. We can release a witness?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Statement.
Let's have a look at her walkout. She always does something. I don't know what she's gonna do, but she always does something funny when she walks out or in. Just June walking. We could have a whole show dedicated to June walking.
Call its next witness.
Clarita Labredo.
Clarita Labredo.
Labredo, please.
What about that business suit? I mean, you don't get whiter than that. I've seen fucking polar bears that are not as white. Uh-oh. How far have we gone back?
Is there any water?
Sure, do we have a water? There's some in the jury room if we need to. We'll get you water in just a moment.
Thank you.
All right, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Oh,
Okay, well,
I
you're
think
done.
we're finished.
Okay. We can release a witness?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Statement, call its next witness.
Clarita Labredo.
Yeah, you're free to go, June, and take your $4,000 Louis with you.
Clarita Labredo.
Good shoes. I mean, you can't fault her attire at all, can you?
Please.
Good legs, everything. Clarita Labredo, we meet again.
Okay, ma'am, if you come right up here, please. Good afternoon. Before you have a seat.
I think this is a polar bear. Polar bear in a wig.
We're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat. I just need you to speak loud and clear into that microphone, okay? If you could scoot on up to that.
Good afternoon. Will you tell us your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
My name is Clarita Labredo, C-L-A-R-I-Z-A.
El muchos pesos.
Labredo is L-E-B-R-E-D-O.
Okay, I'm going to ask you today some questions about your employment at the Adelson Institute. I guess since maybe about 3 years ago, that's now a different dental practice, right?
Yes.
Okay. But before, what year was it sold?
Not a year ago.
Okay.
Less than a year ago.
Less than a year. Okay. But up until less than a year ago, you worked for the Adelson Institute for many years?
Yes.
Okay. How many years?
Close to 40.
Okay. And now do you work at the practice that it was sold to? Now, where was I'm just going to ask you about Adelson Institute.
I just love that quote, acapella. Yeah, it's one of the best. Let's bring up a picture of Ghetto Katie. Where's Ghetto Katie? She's got criminal chic in this picture. Check this out. Criminal chic. Yeah, nothing says, oh shit, me. Like, yeah. Well, I think she always looks fairly good in the jailhouse. You know, what do you scrubs, whatever. Could have been a Latin queen. Threw it all away.
Institutes, and so where
Fucking
was
A, bro.
located?
Tamarack.
Bottom line.
Where in the Miami area is Tamarack?
No, it's not in Miami.
Okay, where in that area is Tamarack?
It's in Broward.
Broward County. Okay. And is it near Fort Lauderdale?
Taco was in Broward. Up in Broward. Tamarack. Up in Broward.
Yes.
Okay. What was the exact address?
7737 North University Drive, Tamarack.
Okay.
And the Google Maps Street View still has the Adelson Institute listed on the sign, the business sign, where they list all the businesses in the building outside that address. It's an old picture. They got to get one of those little Street View Google cars to go around and pick up the new info.
And what type of business was the Adelson Institute?
Dental office.
And what was your position there?
Dental assistant.
Did you ever work the front desk?
No.
And you knew Harvey and Donna Adelson?
Bearing in mind, Clarita Labredo has been working with the Adelsons since 1979. Okay? This is now 2022, and they sold the business the year prior. So what is that? That's 42 years. 42 years she has worked. I mean, that's longer than most people have a career. And she never left. I mean, she worked with Harvey Adelson since 1979. I mean, I bring that up not just because of the insane amount of time, but the personal connection and supposed loyalty, whether that be through some suspended, warped view of reality. It couldn't have been them. I know them. They're innocent, or whether she's like, oh, you guys did what? I'm going to cover for you in court. But her behavior is weird in court. Not quite as weird as it was, I think it was in the first trial, when she was all hopped up. I mean, what was going on there?
Son and their children?
Yes.
All right. You said you worked there for almost 40 years. That includes the years 2014 to 2016?
Yes.
Okay. My questions are going to be about those years for you today, okay? All right. Can you tell us the names of the employees of the Adelson Institute during those years?
It was myself.
And if you think that the Adelsons have not spoken to this woman, instructed this woman, possibly paid for professional coaching for this woman, given her strict guidelines on where to go, what to say, what to not remember, you're wrong. I mean, absolutely that happened.
Dr. Adelson, Charlie, Donna, Erica, and Amy.
Okay. Erica is Erica Johnson.
Yes,
Okay. And she works the front desk and is Charlie Adelson's assistant.
yes,
Okay. And you are a dental assistant.
yes.
Okay. And Amy, what does she do?
Hygienist.
Hygienist. Okay. And then the only other people besides you, Erica, and Amy are the Adelson family, Harvey, Donna, and Charlie.
Right.
Okay. Now, Harvey and Charlie, they are dentists, right?
Yes.
Okay. What about Donna? What does she do there?
She worked up front.
Kind of like manages the office.
Yes.
Okay. Is she the
Hey, Debbie, come and have a look at Discord. Let's get a link to Debbie for Discord. It's just like, it's just a community. It's like a chat room, I guess. But it's really good. It's really good. And yeah, stuff gets talked about in there all the time.
person that does payroll? Did she write your checks at the time?
I don't know.
Okay. Did she kind of serve as an office manager?
I don't know if that was her title, but
Okay. She would do.
Yeah, I worked there for 40 years, and I've no idea what Donna Adelson's title was or whether or not she managed the office. Okay.
Office type clerical work.
yes.
Okay. What were the Adelson's business hours back in 2014 to 2016?
8 to 5, 11 to 7 was our late night, 4 days a week.
Yeah, that link works a cappella. Debbie, click that link and you just click accept invite. It's totally free. It's open 24/7. And yeah, I'm sure you'll like it.
Okay. Would it be Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, 8 to 5, and then your late day would be Wednesday 11 to 7?
Correct.
And that was 11 to 7 that day?
Yes.
Okay. And those were not just your working hours, those were the operating hours of the Adelson Institute?
Correct.
Okay. Would doctors see patients on Friday or the weekends?
No.
All right. Now, if a patient called when the Adelson Institute was closed, during any hour that it wasn't open, would that call go to a voicemail machine?
Yes.
All right. And whose responsibility would it be to like check the machine and call the patients back?
It could be any of us. It could be Donna. It could have been myself when I came in, or Erica.
Okay. Who has access to the employee records at Adelson Institute?
They did.
Meaning the Adelson
The
family?
Adelsons, yeah.
Okay. Do
Yeah.
you have access to it?
No.
All right. Do you recall 2 law enforcement officers coming to Adelson Institute back in June of 2016?
Yes.
All right. And they asked you if you were familiar with an employee named Catherine Magbanua?
You can turn that off, Rebecca. I don't have any notifications on for Discord. You know, it's way too much. But you just turn off the notifications, and then you can just come and go as you want. That's a much better way to do it.
Yes.
All right. And you told them no, but referred them to Erica Johnson?
Right. Yes.
Okay. And you said she's an employee there who's Charles Adelson's assistant, also works the front desk.
Yes.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Catherine Magbanua?
From the office.
Okay. And when you say office, do you mean you know her from coming in and working there at the office or from being a patient
From
at the
being
office?
a patient. I saw her.
Okay, so she's come in to get a cleaning or some type of dental work
Right.
there. How many times has she been a patient?
Once.
Okay. In your almost 40 years of working there, did you ever see Catherine Magbanua come in to the Adelson Institute as anything other than a patient?
No.
How did you get paid by Adelson?
Why does she talk like that? No, no, no. Strange. Strange woman.
Adelson Institute.
Just a check
Okay. How often would you get your checks?
every 2 weeks.
Have you been paid for a week or 2 weeks of work prior to completing the work? Has that ever happened?
Yes.
And I'm not talking about sequential checks. I'm talking about predating, like you getting your check before you've worked, before you've completed that period.
Yes.
Would you ever get multiple paychecks at a time?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
See you, Debbie.
Maybe 2 more than I was supposed to get.
Okay, so that would be 3 then?
Right.
Yeah, there were the normal checks, and then my bribe. Yeah, the first 2 were marked standard employment, and the third bribe.
Did you ever get 4, 5, 6
No.
checks in a row?
No.
When you would get 2 or 3 at a time, what would be going on at that time for the Adelson family that would cause you to get those checks?
If they were going to go away, they paid me before they left.
Okay. So if you were due to get a paycheck and they were about to go on a 2-week vacation, they would go ahead and give you your paychecks while they would be out, so you would not get paid.
Yes.
Okay. But you would never get 4, 5, 6 in a row.
No.
Have any of Charlie Adelson's girlfriends been on Adelson's payroll to your knowledge?
I don't know.
You don't do payroll, I guess, right? You don't do the payroll.
No.
Okay. Have you ever been aware of any employee of Adelson Institute in the history of your employment there that's ever worked exclusively by phone or remotely prior to obviously the pandemic? I'm talking 2014 to 2016.
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Labredo. How are you?
Hello. Good.
Now you have been working there for 40 years. You said at the Adelson Institute, right?
Yes.
It's a small family dental practice, right?
Yes.
It's not some big, multi-dentist operation with several partners and the people in charge are Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now you only work from Monday to Thursday, right?
Yes.
You would have no idea if anyone came into the office at all from Friday to Sunday, right?
No.
Okay. Now, you have no say or knowledge. I mean, Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson and Charles Adelson don't have to come and check in with you to determine or to let you know what they're doing and who they're writing checks for, right?
No.
Okay. Has Wendy Adelson ever worked in the office?
No.
So if her parents gave her a paycheck every couple of weeks, but she didn't physically work there, that's something that they could do for their daughter, right?
I don't know.
Okay. You wouldn't know, right?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And so you have no idea the arrangement that was made between Charles Adelson and Catherine Magbanua as to why she was getting those paychecks, right?
No.
And you're not in a position really to ask the Adelsons why they write checks, right?
No.
The best.
I mean, to me, she comes across like one of those victims that's been chained up in the basement, for a couple of decades, which which, considering the Adelsons' kind of, general vibe of their operations, may not be completely untrue. They just pop down every few days to feed her some pain meds, pull her out when they need a spare hand to, do that dentist stuff. What is the deal with that way that dentists speak to their assistants? You know what I'm saying? Everything's normal when you walk in. Hello, welcome, take a seat in the chair. We're going to lean you back, put this light over your head. Then the mask goes on, the doctor, right, the dentist, and he starts speaking to the assistant. Jane, 1, 2, 7, 9. Over the, mix me up some crow. It's just terrifying. What are they doing? Why do they talk like that?
People to tell this jury about what that was for would be Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, right?
I don't know.
Okay. They're not in Tallahassee, are they? They're not coming here to testify under a state subpoena?
I don't know.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect.
She does my fucking head in, this woman. No. I don't know. No. I don't know. It's like fucking Stephen McDaniel, right?
The sequential checks that you told us about, you said you get sometimes 2 or 3 in a row. How often would that happen?
Objection outside the scope of cross.
Once a
Hold
year.
on a second. What's the question?
How often she would get paid more than 1 or 2 paychecks in a row?
Overruled. You can answer that.
Once a year.
Did the Adelson Institute have a cleaning service?
Yes.
Okay. Was that a husband and wife team?
Yes.
Yeah, Easter. When is Easter? I never remember how that works. Is it the last weekend of April? Is that what it is? I did see a leg of lamb in the supermarket today. And although I live alone, I think I'm going to do it. Roast leg of lamb? I mean, come on, let's go. Get some potatoes, get some greens. I think we're going to pick one up. Gotta make use of this oven. It's great to have an oven. Leg of lamb. It's not that much. I'm going to have a nice plate of roast lamb, and then we'll put the rest in maybe a curry for the week. I don't know. But I think it's going to be great.
And you saw them? The husband and wife team?
I know them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Was it Catherine Magbanua?
No.
Okay, that's all.
All right, we can release the witness.
Yes, sir.
All right, you're free to go, ma'am. Thank you. Let's meet sidebar quickly, please.
June Umchinda's really let herself go. No, I don't know. Man, I think Christopher DeCoste should get away from these Kawas sisters. I can't stand their thing of being friendly with the client. I mean, I know that's important, but I don't believe it. You know, it's like that's their only function because their legal argument is shit. I mean, their manner in the courtroom. I mean, Kawas, remember, as we've moved through, this is like what, video 9 of this trial? As we've moved through, Kawas has called upon the judge to say, Judge, the state didn't tell us that they were going to call Jeff Lacasse today, and I didn't bring my notes. And the judge is like, well, you're going to have to go back to your hotel and get your fucking notes. You know? You're going to have to send somebody. I mean, that's a you issue, okay? I'm the judge. You've not got your notes. You're a grown woman. Handle it, for fuck's sake. There's been several things like that. Jamcrack has just come onto Discord. Welcome into Discord, Jamcracker. So Easter is this Friday. I was watching the baby goats today. And they're real funny, aren't they? How nice is that? You know, I mean, and the adults, they've got these really long, twisty horns. Is it horns? Yeah, horns. Yeah, the baby goats. They just don't know what the fuck they're doing, right? They're falling down. They're trying to climb up the hill. Which is really funny. Oh, it's great though. What a nice thing. Pinto, how you doing, Pinto? Yeah, I like it too, Michelle. It's been a few years since I cooked one, but the last one came out real good. Real good. Little rosemary, little garlic. Hey, so stop digging. No, no. Sit down. Sit down. Okay, I think they're done for the day here, or what? Oh no, we've got Erica Johnson. Who has made an interesting choice of lipstick to be on television.
All right, state may call its next witness.
They call Erica Johnson, please.
Erica Johnson, please. I apologize to the jury. We are going to stay a little bit later today, but we have one witness that is on a scheduling issue, and so we'd like to get her testimony today, okay? Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Johnson.
Good afternoon.
If you could come right up here to the witness stand. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in, okay? Can you please raise your right hand and respond to the clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, please have a seat.
And again, just something a little bit, I suppose when you've worked with the Adelsons for, well, Erica's clearly not worked for them for 42 years, but also a long time employee. It's got to affect you. It's got to affect the way you are socially and the way you present, right? You've been indoctrinated with this behavior and it shows. I mean, just something just a little bit off.
Okay, I just need you to scoot up as, please have a seat. Scoot up as close as possible to that microphone, okay?
I suppose it's not just that, because I imagine the Adelsons would, well, I can guarantee that the Adelsons would have an extremely rigorous selection process, right? They're looking for a very specific type of employee, right? And top of the list of priorities is submissive and be under our control 100%, right?
Speak loud and clear into that, all right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Johnson. Will you tell us your name and spell it for our court reporter, please?
Erica Johnson.
Okay, is that Erica with a K?
Yes, this court. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
And spell the name Erika, and the last name is Johnson, Johnsson.
Thank you. All right, so were you employed at the Adelson Institute for a number of years?
Yes.
Okay, how many years?
11.
11.
Jessica says, I love baby goats. Yeah, has anyone ever said, I really hate those baby goats? I want to find that person and ask them what's wrong in their life that they hate the baby goat because they're so nice. Even better than the baby sheep or lambs. I try not to think about those guys when I'm about to cook one of their legs whole.
Okay. And do you work now at the dental practice that the Adelson Institute was sold to?
Yes.
Okay, and that was about a year ago, I guess, thereabouts?
6 months.
6 months ago. Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, what do you do there?
Front desk.
Did you also work as an
Where's the audio?
assistant to like a dental assistant to Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
All right. What were your tasks
Where's
at
my audio?
the front desk?
Answering the phone, making appointments, processing insurance.
Were you the primary person who did that for Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Okay. Did any other employees do those things?
No.
Did you also handle patient payments and quote prices for payments?
Yes.
Did Adelson Institute, did they often deal in cash?
Yes.
Would would discounts be given if they were paid in cash versus a credit card?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to ask you specifically about 2014 to 2016. Can you tell me the names of the folks who were at Adelson Institute during that time?
Myself, Clarita Labredo, Amy DeStefano. That's it.
Okay. And Amy was a hygienist?
Correct.
And Clarita Labredo just came out of here when you were coming in?
Correct.
Okay. And then Harvey, Donna, and Charlie Adelson were also there, right?
Yes.
All right. Donna Adelson, what did she do at Adelson Institute?
She was the office manager.
Okay. Was she responsible for payroll, for cutting the checks?
Yes.
And did you report to her?
Yes.
All right. The Adelson Institute hours back then, what were they?
I think Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5. I think.
Okay. And was Wednesday your late day, 11 to 7?
Yes.
All right, if somebody called the office and the office was closed, would that call go to voicemail?
Yes.
And whose responsibility would it be to check that voicemail once the office opened again?
Mine.
Okay. I want to talk to you about a couple of law enforcement officers coming to the Adelson Institute on June 1st of 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right, and did they ask you about Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Did they ask you whether or not she worked at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And did they ask you for like employee records of her?
Yes.
Were you able to provide them with any records?
No.
Okay. Do you have access to those records?
No.
Who has access to those records?
Dr. Adelson.
Meaning Harvey or Charlie or both?
Probably both. I don't know. It's probably going to be Donna. It's probably going to be Donna that has the records.
Okay. Well,
Ooh, that was a bad answer.
were any of them there when the FBI agents came by?
No.
Okay. When police asked you for the employee records, did you call Donna?
No.
Did you call Harvey?
No.
Who did you call?
Charlie.
Okay. When you were asking him questions about, or I guess letting him know what was going on, did you kind of go back in the office to make that phone call?
Yes.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to hear that phone call before court today?
Yes.
You didn't know at the time that phone call was being recorded, right?
No.
Okay. When you listened to the call, was that your voice and Charlie Adelson's voice conversing?
Yes.
Okay. And that was an accurate, from your memory, an accurate recording of that conversation?
Yes, from my memory.
And for the record, the recording that I showed her was pre-marked as State's Exhibit 100. All right, after you advised Mr. Adelson of what was going on, did he give you some instructions as to what you could do?
Judge, objection, hearsay, we just discussed that sidebar.
What, say the question again?
Did he give you some instruction as to what to do?
That's sustained.
Okay. After you hung up with him, did you receive a cell phone call from a landline from him?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. After that phone call with Charlie Adelson, let me ask you this. Do you know the defendant in this case, Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
From being Charlie's girlfriend and a patient in the office.
Have you ever seen her work at Adelson Institute?
No.
Does the Adelson Institute have a cleaning service that comes?
Yes.
Okay. And are they like a husband and wife team?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is the wife part of that husband and wife team, is that Catherine Magbanua?
No.
Do you get paid yearly or by the hour?
Yearly? No, by the hour.
By the hour? Okay. And how often do you get paid, or did you get paid back in 2014 to 2016?
By a week.
Yeah, I get 2 Vicodin an hour.
Weekly.
Bi-weekly?
I think, yeah.
Would you ever get paid for weeks of work in advance?
Yes.
Okay. When would that occur?
If they would go on vacation.
Okay. And would you ever get, I guess it would 2 paychecks at a time when that happened?
Sometimes.
Would you ever get 3 at a time?
I don't think it would be 3.
Would you ever get 4, 5, 6 at a time?
No.
Are you aware of any Charlie Adelson's girlfriends being on the payroll at Adelson Institute?
No.
In the time that you have been at Adelson Institute, obviously before the pandemic, have you ever been aware of any employee that worked exclusively by phone or remotely?
No.
And would you get paid, I think, were your checks around that time, were they about $589
Yes.
biweekly? Okay. And that was at about 28
$589 bi-weekly. What does that work out to weekly? I mean, that's ridiculous. What? That's like, hang on, what was the number? That's less than $300 a week? No way. I mean, what are you going to do with that? I mean,
hours a week at $11.50 an hour?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Is it part-time? Do they have Friday off? She said Monday to Thursday, 8 to 4 or 5. What was it? I mean, I think it was full-time, but 4 days a week, not 5. That's not exactly half-time, part-time. I mean, it's even on a 4-day week, if it is a 4-day working week, that's less than $100 a day. What the fuck?
Hi, Ms. Johnson. How are you doing today? Good. Okay. So this is not the first time you've given information about this case, right?
Correct.
All right. In fact, you actually testified before that you were not sure whether or not Katie was an employee.
That is correct.
You actually gave that sworn statement back in 2017 when Ms. Kappelman was present, right?
That is correct.
Okay. You actually testified as well that it's possible she only worked on Fridays.
That is correct.
Okay. And you also testified that you only know of the people who you are only to testify about people who work there during your work hours, right?
Correct.
All right. And you have no idea how or who or what checks Donna Adelson writes.
That is correct.
Okay. She could write checks to whomever she pleases in the business that is owned by her family, right?
Yes.
You don't go and question her about who is getting checks and for what reason.
No.
Okay. You only know about your checks.
Yes.
Okay.
Your small, infrequent checks.
And the state asked you about getting checks in advance. Did Donna ever write checks in advance of pay period but not give them until later?
No.
Okay. So she only provided them to you, but at the time that at the time that your services were provided.
Correct.
But you were on a set schedule, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been on that schedule for the whole time that you were there.
Yes.
Now, when these FBI agents came into the Adelson Institute and they asked for these records, did they provide you with a subpoena?
I can't remember.
Do you remember them handing you documents that
Yes.
would? Okay, so you
Yes.
remember documents,
Yes.
but you don't know what the documents were.
Correct.
Is the reason why you called Charlie was because they specifically asked you about Katie?
Yes.
And as far as you knew, Katie was his girlfriend,
Correct.
not Harvey's girlfriend, right?
Right.
Not Donna's girlfriend.
Correct.
And that's why you called Charlie first.
Yes.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you, Ms.
Redirect.
Johnson.
Thank you.
You said that you never saw Catherine Magbanua working there.
No.
Okay. You said, you don't know what's going on when you're not working there, though, when you said it was possible.
Correct.
All right. But possible she worked on a Friday. Is Adelson Institute open on Fridays?
Not. We're
Okay.
open Monday through Thursday.
Okay. Monday through Thursday.
Hey, Brown and Beachy. Good to see you. Thanks for the comment.
And you would you schedule patients on a Friday?
No.
Okay. So Adelson Institute is closed on Fridays. No one's working there at that time.
Not when I'm there. I'm there Monday through Thursday. I don't know what happens on Fridays.
Right, but Adelson Institute is not open on Friday, right? Y'all don't schedule patients on Friday.
Right.
Okay, that's all.
All right, we can excuse the witness? Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. All right, that concludes the testimony for today. So before you go, just my daily reminders to you not to have any conversations. Don't look at the internet, any local news reports.
Okay, don't look at the news reports, blah, 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 blah. We're moving forward. Day 5. This is day 5. Right. I want a witness. Oh, it's Sherry Bennett, I think.
Understand? Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in, okay? Please respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Please be seated. You just need to speak loud and clear into that microphone, okay?
Ms. Ritchie, are you comfortable removing your mask just for purposes of your testimony?
I would rather not, for the sake of everybody else.
Okay, I just want to remind you that it's much more difficult to hear you, so just please be cognizant of speaking up and into that microphone if you prefer to wear it.
Yes, ma'am.
Please say your name and spell your name.
My name is Elizabeth Ritchie, ELIZABETH
How are you employed, ma'am?
I am a crime laboratory analyst in the Firearms section with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement here in Tallahassee.
How long have you been employed in that way?
I have been an analyst since 2012.
What are your duties as a crime lab analyst?
My primary responsibility as an analyst is to look at fired components, so objects like bullets, cartridge cases, or shot shells, and try to determine if they came from a suspect firearm from a crime scene. If there is no firearm that is available, then my job is to try to determine if they came from the same firearm or how many firearms may have been used in a scene.
Have you previously testified in a court of law as an expert in firearms analysis?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Approximately 80.
All right, and is your area of expertise correct firearms analysis, or should it be firearms identification, or can it be either?
It can be either.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'll tender the witness as an expert in the area of firearms analysis and identification.
Ms. Kwas, would you like to voir dire the witness?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed.
All right, Ms. Ritchie, did you examine some projectiles in reference to the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced into evidence as states 125 and 126. What is a projectile?
A projectile is the bullet of a cartridge. When most people are talking about live units of ammunition, they frequently refer to it as a bullet, but that's an incorrect statement because a bullet is actually one component of a cartridge. So the cartridge is the cartridge case, often referred to as the brass, the primer, which provides a spark, and then the gunpowder inside the cartridge case, and then the actual bullet or projectile.
God, we've got to listen to all this. I mean, how many times does a judge and a prosecutor have to listen to this? A projectile is
is the item that is designed to hit a target.
But I just don't know if there is something good here. I mean, the point of the exercise was to go through the whole damn thing. I mean, we'll give it a couple of minutes and see if.
All right, and these items in front of you, states 125 and 126, are the things that actually expel from the cartridge casing, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and in this case, these items were removed from the head of our deceased victim.
That is what I was told.
All right, and what do you do in reference to these items?
When I receive, in a case like this, just bullets, then I will try to determine if they came from the same firearm. I'll first start with an inventory of the items that I receive. So I will start by looking at the class characteristics. And class characteristics are characteristics of the bullet that can help me try to narrow down a potential manufacturer of a firearm. So I look at the diameter of the bullet. That can potentially give me a caliber class for the firearm. I look at how many lands and grooves are on the side of the bullet. And lands and grooves are the grooves that are manufactured into the inside of the barrel to create the rifling. So as the bullet passes down the barrel, it swells to fill into the rifling. So the widths of the lands and grooves and the numbers of lands and grooves can be measured. I can take the diameter, and if these class characteristics agree between two items, then I will move to a examination of individual characteristics. The way I do that is I have a comparison microscope, and I have, what that is two compound microscopes that sit side by side. There's an optical bridge with one set of eyepieces, and so it's kind of like looking through a pair of binoculars. But I can look at two items under the same magnification, and I can look at the defects on these two items and compare them at the same time. Now, as bullets pass down a barrel, what's happening, as I said before, there's swelling to fill into the rifling. But inside the barrel, there's also microscopic imperfections that are inside the barrel that bullet is rubbing up against. So that creates striations on the side of the bullet. So what I'm doing when I'm examining a bullet for individual characteristics to try to determine if they were fired from the same firearm is I will compare those striations of bullet A to bullet B and look at the pattern and defects inside those striations to try to determine if they were fired from the same firearm. It's kind of like trying to line up two barcodes. That's kind of what it looks like under my microscope. So once I go through this whole examination, then I will come to a conclusion based on the information that I see on the bullets.
So when the barrel of a firearm is manufactured, are you saying that the individual rifling characteristics that you're observing are unique to each firearm?
Yes.
All right, so are you able to tell based on your examination of States Exhibits 125 and 126 whether these two projectiles were fired from the same firearm?
I was able to do that in this case.
And what was your conclusion?
That they were fired from the same firearm.
Right. And can you tell us anything about the firearm itself based on the items that you were provided?
Well, these bullets are 38 caliber class. Caliber class is merely a family of calibers, which the family is similar just because the diameter of the bullet. 38 Special, 357 Magnum, 9mm Luger, and 380 Auto are four very different cartridges, but they have the same similar diameter bullet, and so they fall within the same caliber class. These bullets are most consistent with 38 Special or 357 Magnum cartridges.
And is that type of weapon a revolver?
Yes.
What does that mean?
A revolver is a type of firearm that has a cylinder as opposed to a magazine. So if you think of like a cowboy gun, you have the cylinder where it has multiple chambers, and you load each cartridge into each chamber. You put the cylinder back into the firearm, and either by pulling the hammer back or by pulling the trigger, you can fire the firearm. Now, to reload the firearm, you have to remove manually each cartridge case from each chamber of the cylinder and then manually reload it, as opposed to a semi-automatic pistol like a Glock that has a magazine that when you fire the firearm, there's a cartridge in the barrel, and pull the trigger, bullet.
It's like fingerprints for bullets.
Goes down the barrel, the slide comes back, cartridge case is automatically extracted and ejected. It is thrown out of the firearm. The slide pushes forward and reloads from the magazine into the chamber to be ready to fire. So a revolver, you have to manually remove the cartridge cases once you've fired all the ammunition in the firearm. A semi-automatic pistol will automatically remove cartridge cases from the gun for as long as you have ammunition.
In this case, we did not find cartridge casings at the crime scene. Is that consistent with your findings regarding this being a revolver?
Yes,
And that's because the cartridge casings would stay inside the weapon.
until they were manually removed, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Oh, thank God for that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sometimes these witnesses, these fucking ballistics experts, can go on for hours. You know, all we're doing is establishing why that there was no cartridge found at the scene because it doesn't eject.
Good morning, Mr. Chief.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
I'm okay.
Okay. Just a few questions. So, if you had the firearm in this case, would you be able to make a determination if those bullets came from that firearm?
It is possible.
Okay. So, if a firearm was used, let's say, in multiple homicides or multiple other crimes, if you were able to locate that firearm and bullets were recovered from those other crimes, it's possible that you could link up that gun to other crimes, right?
It is possible.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Any retract?
No, sir.
We can excuse the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Perfect.
Statement call its next witness.
State calls Jessica Rodriguez.
Jessica Rodriguez, please.
Oh, nice. Okay, check out these shoes. Not those. We're going to have to try and catch this. Oh, no, wrong one. Jessica Rodriguez. Jessie from the block. She's great, but we don't get to see her. Oh, hey, check it out. Look at those heels. Wow.
Good morning.
That is 5 inches of agony.
If you come to the witness stand, please. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you.
We don't often get to see Sarah Dugan's knees. That was a lucky find.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please have a seat. Ms. Catherine, could you retrieve these other items? Or are you going
Oh,
to
yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I just need you to speak loud and clear into that microphone, okay?
Ma'am, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good morning. Jessica Rodriguez, JESSICA RODRIGUEZ.
Where do you live, Ms. Rodriguez?
Currently Newport Richie.
All right. And are you employed?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I'm a nail technician
How long have you been working as a nail tech?
since I was 15.
All right. And have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes, I have.
How many?
And it's the perfect job for her accent. Right? I love her accent. I don't know if she's in the Sharks or the Jets, but it's definitely one of them.
3 to my knowledge.
All right. Do you know the defendant in this case, Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She was Tuto's wife,
Right.
a friend,
Who's Tuto?
Garcia.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes,
All right. And you knew her as his wife?
correct.
Do you know whether they were legally married?
Not to my knowledge.
Meaning they were not, or you just don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, but they were always together as
Correct.
husband and wife, or lived together as husband and wife?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and that was
Why are they not showing her? It's probably for her security.
during the time that you were friends with them?
I'm not sure. I mean, they didn't show the undercover FBI agent either. I'm not sure if you can just request that. I would think not, because I think a lot of witnesses would. Maybe it's for her security.
Correct.
When did you become friends with them?
Basically the whole relationship that I have with Rivera. Later on, once I got pregnant, I started being around more.
All right. How do you know Rivera?
He's the father of my daughter.
All right. That's Luis Rivera?
Correct.
Okay. And so you said around the time that you became pregnant, what year was that?
2013.
All right. That's when you became good friends with Catherine
More with
Magbanua?
her being around, yes.
All right. And what about Sigfredo Garcia? Was it the same with him?
No, I've known him since as long as I've known Rivera.
How long is that?
About 12 years.
All right. So you've been friends with.
No, Jane, the cameraman went down to the feet, so to be sure not to capture the witness.
Garcia much longer than Catherine Magbanua?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know her longer than that before you?
No.
Okay, so you just became friends with her in 2013.
Correct.
Okay. Were you close friends around the time that you were pregnant in 2013?
To my knowledge, I thought I was, yes.
All right. And did you remain friendly with her up until, I guess, kind of 2015, 2016?
Correct.
You guys fell
Yes.
out a little bit?
Yes.
All right. And what was the falling out about?
Well, I seen in the news what happened with Garcia with his arrest. And wherever Rivera was, Garcia was always. So with everything going on, I called to find out, like, for her to let me know if she knew anything. I thought it had something to do with the federal case from Rivera prior, and never answered. Said she'd call me back, never called me back. Then I get a response, a call back from.
All right. Don't tell us
Okay.
what the response is, but basically associated with you being in the dark on this case.
Correct.
Is how y'all fell out.
Correct.
Okay. And I want to ask you a little bit more about Mr. Rivera. Does he have a nickname?
Yes.
What does he go by?
Tato.
All right. And I want to ask you specifically about an incident that occurred. And I know you don't know the exact date, but was there a time when you were living with Mr. Rivera in Miami at 16th Ave and 135th Street?
Yes.
All right. And was there a time, well, let me ask you a little bit about that place. Is that like can you describe what kind of place that was? What kind of residence?
Hey, this is a good call from Nan. Jessica is bolstering Lewis's testimony about the money drop, which was a weakness in the last trial of Katie, in which Jessica did not testify. Nice. Nice summary there, Nan. Thank you.
It's an apartment building. Like
All right.
your
Would
normal
you describe it as a lavish apartment building?
No.
When you were living with Mr. Rivera as a family, did you have a lot of money?
No.
Were you working as a nail tech at that
Yes.
time?
I always worked.
All right. And was he employed with Coastal Masonry during the time
Yes,
you were
correct.
together? Yes. Let me get my question out first. And then-
Sorry.
It's okay.
Nerves.
All right. So you were both working. Was money a problem or not a problem?
Yes, it was a problem.
Okay. Because we've heard some information about Mr. Rivera dealing drugs, and I wondered if it was a situation where you were, living in this palace as drug lords with servants and all that kind of thing. Was it like that?
No.
Okay. Did Mr. Rivera keep his money in the bank?
No.
Okay. What about his, did he have a bank account at all?
Yes, he did.
All right. What was the purpose of the bank account?
For his direct deposits from his job.
Okay. So he did keep at least the paycheck in the bank for
Correct.
some period of time.
Yes.
Did Mr. Rivera have any connection to Tallahassee that you know of before this
No.
case? How would you describe the relationship between Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia?
Brothers. Inseparable.
All right. What about the relationship between Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua?
Toxic. They would on and off a lot.
All right. And do you know who Charlie Adelson is?
Now, yes.
Okay. What about back at the time of this case, the events we're here about? Did you know his name at that time?
No, I didn't know him by his name.
Did you know that Catherine Magbanua was seeing a dentist?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Sigfredo Garcia's feelings about her seeing the dentist?
Yes.
How did he feel about it?
He didn't like it, but they were separated and he was in a different relationship.
Who was he in a relationship with?
With Shrimp.
All right. And
Hey, thank you so much, Pinto, for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Thank you, Pinto.
do you know her real name?
No, I don't.
Okay. How did Catherine Magbanua feel about Garcia's relationship with Shrimp?
Oh, she hated it.
Okay, so they had moved on, but they were both mad about who the other one was dating.
Correct.
All right.
That's not moving on. So they had moved on, but they were both mad about who the other one was dating and would drive past their house slowly.
Were you ever told by Luis Rivera or anyone else back around the time of these events that Luis Rivera was hired to be involved in a murder?
No.
So he did not confide that information in you?
No.
Are you surprised that he didn't tell you that he was hired to do a murder? You are?
I am surprised.
All right. And afterwards...
Yeah, he always told me about his murders. What a weird thing to say. Are you surprised that he didn't tell you about the murder? Yes. Surely the better answer would have been no, for so many reasons.
Did he ever tell you any details about the murder?
No.
When was your youngest child born?
June of 2014.
All right. And do you remember a short time after her birth when Rivera told you he was going out of town?
Yes.
Did he tell you he was coming to Tallahassee?
No.
Where did he say he was going?
That he was just going out of town to get drugs and that's it.
Did he tell you he was going up north?
No.
All right. Did he tell you he was going to do a murder?
No.
Did he tell you who he was going with?
With Tuto.
And that's Sigfredo Garcia?
Correct.
Do you know what car they took on that trip?
No. Not to my knowledge, not that I remember.
Do you know how long?
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. I love the way she keeps saying that all the way through. Not to my knowledge.
They were gone?
A couple of days, because I just had my daughter.
All right. And so that would be a couple days shortly after you had your daughter, which was June 27th of 14. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes.
All right. And they actually took 2 trips to Tallahassee, as we've learned. Were you aware that there were 2 trips?
No.
You only knew about the 1 trip?
Correct.
Did you ever see him in possession of a green Prius?
Yes.
Okay. And was that around the time of that trip?
I don't remember.
Okay. After your child was born, so similar to the time frame I'm talking about, trying to narrow it down to the time that he took that trip. After that occurred, was there a time when someone brought a package to Luis Rivera at your home?
Yes.
Who brought the package?
Tuto came knocking on the door. He brought the package.
All right. And was there anybody else present when Tuto brought the package?
Yes. Katie.
Who else? Katie?
Yes.
Is that Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I
that
do.
Came to bring the package? Who is that? Can you just point and describe what she's wearing?
She's over there with a white shirt, glasses, and a black vest.
Okay, and we've got 2 of those.
Oh.
The one in between 2
the
lawyers.
one in between the 2 lawyers.
All right, thank
Judge,
you.
I have no objection. Let the record reflect that she has identified Ms. Magbanua.
Yes.
All right, and okay, so this is, you can say this was in the summer of 2014, within, can we say, a month of your youngest child's birth?
Correct.
Okay. And when this package was delivered, did both Tuto, Sigfredo Garcia, and Catherine Magbanua, the defendant, did both of them come into your residence?
No.
Okay, tell us about that.
So Tuto knocked on the door. I opened it. He came in. He said he had a package for Tato. He went to the room to drop it. I said, "Who you with?" He said, "Kate."
Was T behind what happened to me? I thought T was behind what happened to me.
I went outside. We had like a little patio hallway, and I screamed over, and I'm like, "You're not gonna come and see your niece? Like, why are you in the car?" And then she got up, and then she came in.
So she did come in and see the baby.
Correct.
All right. And at some point, did you call Luis Rivera to tell him they were there?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember what phone number you called him from?
No, I have so many numbers back then.
Have you had quite a few phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about a specific phone number, 305-896-3720. Was that one of the phone numbers that you have used before?
Yes.
All right. And are you refreshing your recollection with
Yes,
something?
my notes, yes.
All right. So you made some notes about some prior phone numbers you have?
Correct.
All right, ma'am, so at this point, I don't want you to look at any of those notes, okay? Just see if you can recall from your memory, and if not, then just let counsel know, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Ma'am, law enforcement had that phone number associated with an Anthony Ortiz. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Is Mr. Ortiz, is he dead as we sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when he died?
A couple years ago. That's all I know.
All right. And do you know why your phone number was also associated with Anthony Ortiz?
A couple of years ago, that's all I know. That's all I know. It's just one of those phrases, isn't it? It's almost the same as, I don't recall. A couple of years ago, that's all I know. That's all I know. Or as Clarita Labredo would say, I don't know. No. No. I don't know. What is with her?
He's in a law enforcement database.
Have no idea.
Okay, so you didn't share a phone with Anthony Ortiz?
No.
Okay. Who was Anthony Ortiz to Luis Rivera?
A friend?
Okay. Would you describe their relationship as Ortiz being kind of like a do-boy to Luis Rivera?
Yes.
All right, but that phone number ending in 3720 was your phone number at the time of these events that we're just talking about?
Correct.
All right, and that phone number is in Catherine Magbanua's phone as Jessica Flocka. Do you go by?
If she can ask the question. Overruled.
Do you go by Jessica Flocka?
Yes.
What is Flocka?
It means slim.
Okay, is that a nickname?
When I was younger, yes.
All right, did Mr. Rivera arrive to get this package?
Yes.
All right, and did you look inside the package?
No.
Can you
Didn't have
describe the package for the jury?
It was a bag, like a plastic bag. I don't know what it was inside. It kind of looked like a brick, like drugs, when they wrap up like cocaine and stuff like that. And that's what yeah.
Okay, but it was wrapped up in...
Oh, are you surprised he didn't tell you about the murder? Yes. And what described the package? Well, it looked like a big brick of drugs. Oh.
Something outside so you couldn't
Yeah,
see
and
what
the
was
inside
in
it was wrapped. It was in a plastic bag, but the inside was wrapped with like a paper, like something brown, maybe like a paper bag.
All right, and during the time that Catherine Magbanua was coming up to see the baby, did she ever acknowledge the package or say anything about the package?
Yes.
What did she say about the package?
Basically did, to my knowledge, if I remember correctly, did you give him the package, but Tato wasn't there.
Okay, so he hadn't arrived yet when she made the statement. Okay. And so who is she asking, did you give him the package?
Tuto.
All right. And did she seem like, what was her demeanor like? How was she acting?
She was fidgety.
Okay.
And why the fuck would Sigfredo get to the house, go in and visit with Jessica, and give her the package? Why not just hold on to it until Lewis gets there? I mean,
Rush?
Okay, what do you mean by in a rush? Did she say anything to indicate she was in a rush?
No.
Okay. But she just was acting like, what, like she's ready to get out of there?
no, our local alien ex, they broke up. I guess when your boyfriend is facing 19 years, you start to look at other options, you know. But they do. I think it's in. Yeah, they read out a letter that Jessica wrote to Lewis while in prison, and that's quite funny.
Yeah.
All right, and just to clarify, she specifically asked Garcia something to the effect of, did you give him the
Correct.
package? All right, at this time, I know you said they've been on and off all the time, but at this time that the package was delivered, was it weird that Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia were together?
Not to my recollection.
Okay, so they were together at that time, to your knowledge?
Correct.
Okay. And what about the whole, they got back together at the Pacquiao fight? Was that something that occurred later?
Yes.
Okay, so your recollection is that they were together at the time of the package delivery, and then what, off again before the fight?
Yes, they were very on and off.
Okay, and what about the dentist? Was he in or out at the time of the package drop?
I don't remember. I think at that moment, with the address that I lived in, I didn't know about him until the following address after that.
Okay, so you're not sure you even knew about the dentist
Correct.
at this point. All right, and what about Shrimp? Was she in the picture at this point, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I don't remember.
Okay, so could there have been some overlap between Shrimp and Katie? Also some overlap between Garcia and the dentist?
There could be, yes.
So it was all sort of, I mean, you don't have the dates of when they were together and not
Correct.
together. Okay. Are you able to tell the jury that there was a reconciliation that occurred between Magbanua and Garcia at the Pacquiao fight on May 2nd, 2015?
Yes.
And do you know if they stayed together from that time up until the arrest in this case?
I believe so.
Was this the only time that anyone brought a package to your home like this, or was that something that occurred all the time?
No, it was the first time.
Yeah, there's a few other heavy hitters in that prison. Our local alien X. We got Denise Williams, I believe, and Dalia DiPolito, and Katie, Sarah, and there's more. There's really not that many women's prisons in Florida, and Lowell is the biggest one, I think.
And when you are thinking about the relationship between Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia, does it surprise you that he would keep things from her? Would he keep things from her, like crimes he would be involved in?
I wouldn't know. I didn't, from the outside, my relationship with them, they were very on and off. So what they did, like behind, how he acted with her behind closed doors, I don't really know if he would keep anything or not.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition back on February 15th, 2019?
Yes.
And I'm referencing page 148, lines 19 through 23. Did you previously say Katie knew everything that...
Improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Did you previously say Katie knew everything that Tudo did when it came to bad stuff, everything?
I do remember.
Okay, and is that a true statement?
When it comes to that, yes.
All right. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Rodriguez.
Good morning.
It's been a while. How are
Yes.
you?
Good, and yourself?
I'm doing well. So I want to give the jury a more complete picture of the evidence that you have in this case, okay? I want to start by talking about the relationship you had with Catherine back in 2013. You became pretty close, like you said, with Katie when you became pregnant, right?
Yes.
So that was in 2013.
Yes.
Even though you had been close with Louis and Sigfredo for 12 years, Catherine really didn't come into the picture for you until 2013, right?
Correct, as a friend.
As a friend. Now, around that time, you'd say you guys kind of bonded over the fact of you're both being mothers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you'd have play dates with the kids sometimes.
Yes.
And you have one child for Louis?
Yes.
Okay. And he has two other children, though, with other women, correct?
With one more woman, yes. Correct.
Okay. Is that Annie Diaz?
Yes.
Okay. And how many children does he have with her?
2.
How old are they?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled, if you know.
In their 20s?
Okay, they're older, right?
Correct.
Okay, and wasn't Mr. Rivera in a relationship with that woman when he was a teenager?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you and Annie aren't friends, are you?
We're not friends, no.
Okay. Do you guys get along?
Now we do, yes.
Okay, but back then you didn't.
Somewhat, you could say.
Okay. Where do you know where Annie lived at the time?
Yes.
Was that 1805 Normandy Drive?
Yes.
Okay, so that address that is on Louis Rivera's driver's license is her address.
Correct.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that Sigfredo and Casey were constantly breaking up and getting back together.
Yes.
And at the time that you were pregnant, you stated that she and Sigfredo were in a serious separation, correct?
I don't remember.
You don't
If
remember?
you have it, I would like to see it.
All right, I'm referring to her deposition, page 16. Wait, hold on one second. Oh, sorry, page 14.
Okay.
Beginning at 9:13. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, it has.
So at the time you were pregnant, she and Sigfredo were in a serious separation, correct?
Correct.
Now, your daughter was born, like you said, on June 27th?
27th, yes.
Now, you weren't immediately released from the hospital, isn't that true?
No.
How long did you stay in the hospital? Because you had complications with your birth.
About a week.
So you weren't released from the hospital with the baby until way into July. Not way into, but a week from June 27th.
Yes, before July 4th.
Okay. Now, one of the issues that you know that Katie had with Sigfredo, because you described their relationship as toxic, right?
Yes.
Was his constant drinking.
Correct.
Okay. You're fully aware of how much alcohol Sigfredo Garcia would drink, right?
Yes.
And Katie did not approve of how much he would drink.
No.
She always drank in excess, right?
She or he?
He.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah. And it's not just alcohol that he would consume. He also did a lot of cocaine, right?
Correct.
And there were times when Sigfredo would actually go binge drinking for days and no one would know where he was,
Correct.
including the mother of his kids.
Correct.
Now, Katie, as far as you knew, did not approve of the drug use either.
Yeah.
No.
The drinking and the drugs not allowed.
Hey, Tariq Awas, if we're doing this whole thing where we're painting a picture of the virtuous, holy, holier than thou Katie Magbanua, I think it would be a good idea if we played the call between Katie and Sigfredo's mom. You know, it might complete that picture. She's got this whole thing of like, and he would go out for days at a time drinking. A woman that is got a problem with cocaine, doesn't allow cocaine, is going to be all right with a murder. Okay, yeah, sure. I don't think Katie gave a fuck about the coke or the booze, other than the fact it meant that he wasn't paying attention to her and serving her, and, you know, I mean, that's the only issue. It's not neglect. It's like she wants to go out and party and, you know, wants him to stay at home with the kids. That's the issue. It's not about influencing the children or not being present or whatever, right? It's literally so that she can go and play gangster ghetto girl, you know?
Out around her.
Correct.
And this is one of the reasons why she would constantly kick him out of the house, right?
To my knowledge.
Okay, because the alcohol and the cocaine, it also contributed to the fact that he wasn't around to help her with the kids, right?
Correct.
You knew of times when she would be calling and he would just not pick up the phone.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And also, he couldn't hold down a job.
I don't know that part.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you didn't know him to have a steady job like how Lewis had a steady job.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this second time, this serious separation that she had stated that she wanted nothing to do with him anymore, right?
I believe so. Yes.
So he's out of the house. And when he and Katie were separated, that's when he started dating the stripper, Shrimp.
Correct.
All right. Now, she worked as a stripper and a pole dancer, right?
I don't know.
Okay. It's also, did you know she was also a prostitute?
From what I was told.
Okay.
Alleged.
So this is
She's in Marion County, Dina?
another thing that
yeah.
Catherine, if he was staying with a prostitute, didn't want her kids around, right?
No.
No, she wouldn't want that.
No, like she's had her kids around, both of them.
No, understood. But if she's not around drugs, because Shrimp use drugs too, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you would agree with me that that would be another thing that she would be upset at if that was around her children.
Yes.
And she also talked to you about her relationship with her boss, Charlie, right?
Yes.
So you knew his name.
No, I didn't know his name until after.
Okay. And she talked to you about him, though, that she was dating this guy. It wasn't
Correct.
a secret. And around the time of your baby shower for your daughter, that was around February, March of 2014. Right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Would looking at your deposition refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Referring court and counsel to page 27 of your deposition. Your Honor, may I approach?
May.
Beginning at line 5.
Here? Yes. Okay, yes.
Play what, Dana?
Have you never been with that?
Yes.
Okay, so it was around February, March. The baby shower.
It doesn't say that on there. It just says during my baby shower. I just
Okay.
don't remember what month it was.
Okay, so
8
around,
years ago.
but we can agree that it's close to,
Correct.
you were showing at that time, right?
Yes.
All right. And she was over Tuto at that time, Sigfredo.
Yes.
And she actually said to you that she was seeing someone from work. Those are the words that she used.
No,
She didn't say that to you?
no.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
The line of questioning, Jane, is that she wants to paint Katie as this good citizen and mother that wouldn't allow cocaine, that threw him out because he was always drinking and didn't want that lifestyle for her kids, and wanted to move on with the dentist. And the point being that, it's very weak. It's very, very weak. But the point being that that a woman so virtuous as Katie Magbanua would not be involved in a hired murder plot scheme.
I was present. Mr.
Yeah.
DePost was present. Ms. Kappelman was present. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Mhm.
I'm not jinxing you. Court reporter was present, and she was taking down everything that you said at the time, right?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth.
I think that was intentional. It really helps lawyers if you can get the jury to laugh. If you can make the courtroom erupt into giggles, it helps. Miss Kappelman was pregnant. I'm sorry, present. That I think she pulled it off well. So kudos, Tara. 1 point for you. You want to listen to that call, guys? The Sigfredo Mom Katie call? Yeah, okay. I might put that on and go and make a coffee. How about that? And if anyone wants to support the channel, head over to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics to support the channel. We're going to have some. Had to drag my ass out of bed to get onto this stream tonight, guys, but we hopefully that's going to realign my sleeping pattern. But yeah, there is business to discuss. I haven't brought any of it up today because just getting back in the groove. But tomorrow we should be discussing some new business. I'm just looking for this call. Uh-huh. Audio files. Wiretaps. So many of them. Sigfredo says hello to the kids. Sigfredo is drunk. Katie talks to Sigfredo's mom. Okay, so this is from April 23rd, 2016 at 12:09 in the afternoon, I assume. Yeah.
Hello.
I'm tired of this, Mom. I'm going to the cops. I'm tired of this. He freaking
You're
told
going
me
to the
and
cops?
everything, and I'm tired of it. He every single time you yourself.
Okay, so Tara Kawas, hey, listen, we're going for virtuous, anti-cocaine, good mother, respectable citizen. What better way to demonstrate that to the jury than them directly from the source.
You let Tuto be the way that he is. When he lived with a prostitute, that's just an excuse, okay? I didn't let him have the kids.
Okay, can you explain to me what happened, Katie? Because what happened? Why you two fighting in front of his kids?
Sunday, okay? He wants to do
Bottom
whatever he
line.
wants. He comes home at 11 o'clock at night. I look through his phone. Oh, mysterious call at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I call the girl, and then he's like, she hangs up the phone on me. Oh, because she's a lesbian. But yeah, he's always lying to me. How many times do I have to get cheated on? How much
Katie,
do I have
listen. That is a girl. Listen, that's a girl that is a
No,
lesbian.
you're just like that. You always go and you fucking protect me.
Okay.
What? If you go to my house, Mom, and you take care of
I'm gonna let you guys enjoy this call. I'm just gonna go and grab a coffee. I'll be right back.
my kids, and you don't let them take care of my kids, I swear to God, I will call the cops. I swear to God. It is his responsibility. Stop.
And not yours, Katie, and yours, both of you, responsibility to take care of those kids. And not fight in front of them.
You're not going to my house, and you're not going to be doing and babying shit while he does the stuff that he does. You want him to be the bad person again?
Katie, you go out every day too. What's going on? Why you two fighting?
Mom, why do you want him to be like that? What, he's asking you to go to the house already to take care of the kids?
No.
Stop, Mom.
What,
You want to help?
where are the kids? Where are the kids? That's what I'm interested in.
I left. I'm tired of this. He strangled me. He banged my head through the wall.
Okay. Did you hit him?
Of course, a fucking bitch call. He's calling a bitch.
Okay, so if he listen, it's both your fault, yours and his.
No, you never hit.
And what you're doing, don't leave your kids. Why are you leaving your kids?
Ever even hit a prostitute, okay? But yeah, he's gonna hit me that does everything, and I never let him do
Katie, but you were hitting him too. You were hitting him. It's wrong for him to hit you.
Me pushing him is hitting him strangling me. Do you want to see me? I'm gonna go to your house right now so you can see how beat up I am.
Okay, and
house right now so you can see how beat up I am. I don't call
Katie.
my mom. I fucking cry about it. I've been sucking it in. You guys are horrible people. You guys are horrible.
I'm horrible, Katie. When I'm always there. Every time you all need me.
No, you're not. Plenty of times when I had to work 3 jobs, you wouldn't even help me watch my kids.
When was that, Katie?
What are you talking about? When I had to work in the club and I had to bust my ass, I could easily open my legs and people can fucking throw money in my vagina, but I didn't do that. You guys don't know that all.
Katie, I always been there every time you tell me. When have I said no?
You always enable Dudo. I used to give Dudo $400. Mom started seeing how much I was struggling and she started watching him for me.
Katie, your mother left your house. And every time you needed something, I was there. Every time you said, "Come, I need you to take care of the kids," I took care of the kids. Katie, I always been taking care of the kids. I don't understand. How could you abandon your kids?
Just like what you're gonna do right now, Mom. Dudo's gonna throw them to you. Because he is, in his mind, you don't understand that he has a problem with alcohol. He has a problem with coke. You don't want to see that?
I see everything, Katie. I see your problems and his problems. I see everything. I just shut up and don't say anything.
Then why do you think I couldn't have my mom around anymore? She's going to see that I'm with a guy that doesn't even care.
What do you... Oh, my God.
Why do you think my mom left? Okay.
Because she was tired of yours and Tuto's fighting all the time. That's why she left.
She didn't leave me because of that. I told her, okay, just stay with my brother because you know what? I can't. It was so unhealthy. I cut Tuto off. You know I did. Every time I had to beg him to see his own kids on his own birthday, Ethan. What was he doing? Instead, he posted on it and he plays the game and he didn't even watch him on his own birthday. I had him the whole day, and when it's time to drop him off, he wasn't there.
Katie.
How much more do I have to go through? It's not fair.
Okay, listen. It's not about you. Listen, it's not about you. It's not about Tuto. It's about the kids.
I've done everything I can for the kids already, Mom. I've done everything.
So you're leaving? That's a good mother, Katie. You're leaving your children behind?
Well, so then your son is incapable of taking care of them. That's what
No. They need their mother too, Katie.
I'm not going to disappear. I'm not Tuto. But you know what? Right now, I'm not going to go get strangled and pounded in front of my children.
But you're telling me, listen, you're telling me that if I go and see Tuto's face, I'm not going to see him all scratched up and beat up too?
Of course, because I had to push him off of me. He was strangling me. Do you want me to videotape him strangling me?
Okay, let me ask you, who started fighting with each other? Was it you, the one who first threw the first punch? Because that's the way you two fight.
On his freaking chest, because I was like, and I had his phone. I was like, who are you calling at 3
Okay,
o'clock?
that's wrong. That's wrong. And why didn't you ask him? Instead of punching him? He did. He explained to you.
I pushed him.
He's not cheating on you, Katie. He's not.
On his chest.
He's not cheating on you.
At 11 o'clock at night when he's been out since all freaking night, okay? Saying he's fishing and he comes home at 11 o'clock at night. I have the kids ready to go out to eat. I tell him, let's go eat. Oh no, I'm too tired. But yeah, you can go fishing till 11 o'clock at night and then you get a missed call or a phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning? Really?
Who called him at 3 o'clock in the morning?
That girl, Michelle, the dry cleaner. I called the phone number back, and the bitch hangs up on me. And then he tells me, oh, because she's a lesbian or whatever. Mom, come on, I'm not an idiot. This has been going on every Thursday. Right when he gets off of work, he goes to go play pool. He has all this money to go play pool and stay out all night, and I have to go to work on Friday. I'm nervous. I call him at 2:30. Oh, I'm playing pool. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and we're arguing, and I have to wake up in 2 hours because I never miss school.
Okay, and I see that.
As normal as possible, but you know what? All of you start turning your backs on me. While he lives with a prostitute, you guys all turn your backs on me.
Katie, you were with a guy. You were with a guy too. I'm not sticking my nose in your business or his business. What am I going to tell him?
Because he was going to beat him up, okay?
Oh my God! So you telling me that Tuto was a prostitute and you were with a guy?
I was single for a whole year, and he was still living with this girl, okay? That's when I completely cut him off because he didn't want to see his kids. He blames it on me, but it had nothing to do with the kids, like I told him. You can get angry at me all you want, but what does it have to do with the kids? It was still his responsibility to see him every other week.
That's why I'm telling you now. What does it have to do with the kids? Why you left your house and leave your kids behind?
You wanted me to stay there so that he can go to sleep and him party again at night and then him. No, Mom, I went through this too much already. Too much. I'm not gonna involve my family how he involves you guys. Okay? It's enough. My mom has gone through so much already. She's in a lot of pain. I'm not going to go to my brother and snitch like he does. I'm all bruised up myself, okay? I'm not going to
you two need to, I think you two need to grow up, both of you.
No. What you need to do is stop enabling him because the first thing you're going to do is you're going to start helping him out and he's going to throw my kids to you every single time.
No, he needs to work.
He needs
to work.
No, he needs to do his job. He's at work. The kids are at school. How difficult is that?
Okay, and what?
I did it myself. While he lived with this girl, I did it myself. Did I have you dropping off the kids at school? Did I have you picking up the kids at school?
Can I ask you where you're going?
I don't even know.
Or you're going to your...
something today. I don't know. I have nowhere to go. If I'm not gonna freaking call my mom and tell her all my problems. I'm an adult. I have to deal with it.
Katie, that's wrong. Don't leave your kids behind.
No,
you know?
Mom, but it's okay. You told Tuto it's okay. You told Tuto it's
No, I'm not telling Tuto or you that it's okay. What I want from you two is to sit down and talk like adults without beating each other up, without screaming in front of the kids.
You know what?
Okay?
My mother always told me a woman can hit you as many times as she wants, but never, ever are you supposed to be as a man even touch your wife.
Yeah.
Ever.
That's true. I agree with her. But also, don't
cheated on, okay? I'm not. I went through this already.
Katie.
I have to go to work. Now I'm trying
Did Tuto start screaming at you when you go out with your friends and accuse you of having an affair?
The only time that I ever gone out with my friends is for their birthday. And you know what? Your son calls me and I pick up the phone right away. He has my friends' phone numbers, which are my best friends. I never go out. That's the problem. But him, he goes to the pool every time. He goes to go play and fucking now the whole thing about the fishing till 11 o'clock. And it's going to be a daily thing. It's going to be like that all the time.
Well, but the answer is not beat each other up, Katie. The answer is talking without fighting.
But you know what? It's gotten to the point where it's like he knows he can do it now. Because he gets me to the point where he wants to fight because he sees that I won't react the way that I am. And it's wrong for me to react the way that I am, but he pushes me to be that way. And I don't want it to be evil if he's making me an evil person.
It's just that those kids are watching all of that. And what
$400 worth of groceries? All right, every other weekend.
Mm-hmm. He bought groceries for the kids.
I understand that you will forever defend him because he's your son. But if
No. Listen, if he does something wrong, I'm not going to defend him.
He has done something wrong. As a mother, if Ethan ever chose a prostitute over his kids and his family and his wife, I would have whooped his ass to death because that's not right. But you shot and cheated on.
He didn't cheat on you, Katie. He didn't.
Cheated on your own.
That woman is listen.
You don't think your son is the same way? You don't see it?
Mm-mm.
Then
I
that's
think
sad,
the
Mom.
change.
That is sad. Because you know what? I actually have respect for you, and I always go to you and I talk to you. I don't even talk to my mom the way that I talk to you. I tell you everything. But yet, look what you do. You just go for it and you just let them be. How is that right?
I'm just looking out for the kids. Okay.
You always say you're looking out for the kids, but you know.
Yes, I'm looking out for the
she's still
kids.
going.
I think when you're a mother, you don't think of yourself. You think about your kids. That's what I think.
You don't think that I've done that? Did I?
No, it's not that you done it. You got to keep on doing it. Those are your children till they grow up and they go out on their own.
All right, Mom, you know what? Okay, protect your son. Goodbye.
I'm not protecting my son, Katie. I'm protecting the kids. How the hell are you going to leave your house and leave your kids?
Look, even Nikki moved so far away. She even has freaking problems with her husband. I need to keep going at it.
Okay, no, it isn't because, you know what? Those children are there and they need their mother.
Ethan is playing his game and Kaylee is watching TV. They're fine. He's going to fall asleep and God knows, hopefully he feeds them because I already fed them breakfast. That's fine. Just please don't be another laborer.
Okay.
That's
please.
his problem. If he calls you, you tell him they're your children. You have to be a man and you need to take care of them.
Katie.
That's it.
Listen, you need to go. You need to calm down, and after you calm down.
Yeah, the brother's wife is serving time for embezzlement.
Drops off the kids to you, and you let him drop off the kids to you tonight, Mom. I will go to the cops. I'm telling you.
Tonight? Why would he leave kids tonight here?
No. I don't want, no, I know how he is, and I know your son like the back of my hand. I've been with him and known him for 13 years.
Bearing in mind, the date of this call is post bump and post Charlie calling Katie about said bump. So we might be transferring a little stress from one area to another here.
I know what he's gonna do. He's gonna use you. And if you let it keep on, I swear to God on my mother that I will call the cops. And I will report all this abuse that he's done to me.
Listen, you could report anything, and then when they see your face and his face, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna call child. They're gonna call child service and take the kids to an orphanage. Do you want that?
How are they gonna take them to an orphanage? They have my parents. They have my mom. They have my brother. They have. What?
Okay. Do you want them to go through that? Because you two are in a war.
You know what? It's all up to you then. If you let, I'm not gonna
listen.
it.
Listen. Do you want to come over here?
No, I
You
don't
could spend the night here if you want to.
I'm fine.
You're fine? Where are you gonna go?
I'm fine. I'll figure it out. I'm a grown woman. I'm fine. If he is the father that he is, then he can take care of the kids right now. Shouldn't be a problem for him.
Okay, he's going to take care of the kids, but you need to go back to your house and take care of your kids, you know? Because the kids, if they don't see their mother, what are they going to think?
Yeah. Just like what they thought about when they didn't see their father.
Yeah, that's bad. That's terrible. That's terrible. No, kids are more attached to mothers than fathers, Katie.
Okay, Mom. All right.
I think the defense cancelled the deposition, which was upcoming with Francis Magbanua. So, I mean, what does that mean for him being on the state's witness list? Is that an indication that the defense don't believe he will be called? I mean, if he were to be called, I'd think that the defense would want to depose him pre-trial, no?
I'm just telling you what's going to happen, and I know exactly what's going to go down. He's going to need your help, and he's going to tell you to go and watch him. I know him. I know him like the back of my hand.
I swear to God on my mother, I will call the cops. I know him like the back of my hand. Is that it? We lose it all? Uh-oh.
The way that I am, you let him drop off the kids to you tonight, Mom, I will go to the cops. I'm telling you.
Tonight? Why would he leave kids tonight here?
No. I don't want, no, I know how he is, and I know your son like the back of my hand. I've been with him and known him for 13 years. I know what he's going to do. He's going to use you. And if you let it keep on, I swear to God on my mother that I will call the cops. And I will report all this abuse that he's done to me.
Listen, you could report anything, and then when they see your face and his face, you know what they're going to do? They're going to call child. They're going to call child service and take the kids to an orphanage. Do you want that?
How are they going to take them to an orphanage? They have my parents. They have my mom. They have my brother. They have. What?
Okay. Do you want them to go through that? Because you two are in a war.
You know what? It's all up to you then. If you let, I'm not gonna
listen. Do you want to come over here?
No,
you could spend the night here if you want.
Oh, we did listen to the whole thing. We did listen to the whole thing. Okay, we'll go back to the court.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, just like you did today?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to start at, I want to give it context, but I don't want to. Okay, so I'm going to start at line 13. She was referring to Shrimp. Yes, he is never going to leave Shrimp alone. I'm over it. I'm kind of seeing someone. I said, that's nice. Who is it? She goes, someone I know from work. That was the first time I heard that someone I know from work.
Yes, but the way you're saying it to me, it was as if it was during the baby shower, and it wasn't.
Oh no, I'm just talking around that general time, not
It
exactly
wasn't during
at
that general time. It
So-
was further on. It was later on, after I had already my youngest daughter.
So you're saying you only knew that she was dating Charlie after you had the baby?
Yes,
So you didn't know
for
she
my
was
second address. Correct.
Okay, so she wasn't dating Charlie to your knowledge
To my knowledge, I did not know. No.
at the time of what you're testifying to today occurred in July.
In July, I did. See,
Okay.
this is what I'm trying to tell you. You're still on the baby shower. The baby shower happened way before I had my daughter.
Okay.
So after the baby shower, I had my daughter the new address. That's when she told me that she was dating someone from work.
Right, but you were at the old address when you say that she and Tuto came and dropped a package to your house.
Correct.
So she didn't tell you she was dating him until after that?
Yes,
Around the time that she actually broke up with him?
correct.
Now, even though you knew, now, at some point too, didn't Sigfredo tell you that she left me for her boss?
Yes,
Okay? That she was with him and that she worked for him?
correct.
Okay. Sigfredo also knew Charles's name, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you remember giving a statement? Well, do you remember giving a statement to the police on October 2nd of 2016?
I remember them going to my job.
Not that one. The one after Lewis cooperated.
Refresh my memory. It's been so long.
Remember Detective Isom and and Agent Sanford came to your apartment the day after Catherine Magbanua was arrested?
It was the house, not the apartment.
And,
Correct, yes.
and his sister was there with you. Remember that?
Don't remember.
Okay. Then they were in your house and they recorded your entire statement.
They went in, correct. Yes.
Right.
It was my house. It wasn't an apartment.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
And pages 86 and 8. You knew you were being recorded, right?
Yes.
Okay. You knew that the officers were there because they were investigating this
Yes.
case. You'd actually already told them that you would help Lewis at that point, right?
Help Lewis and how?
Providing information to Sherry Bennett the day before Katie was arrested. We're going to get to that.
I don't know who Sherry Bennett is.
The officer that called you on the phone.
Okay.
Okay. But that happened before, but we're going to get to that. All right. But as it relates to this, you actually told the officers on page 86 to 87. And Investigator Isom said, did he ever say that it was the Charlie guy, Jessica Rodriguez? Yeah. He'll be like, pardon my language, Judge. He'll be like, fuck that Charlie ass N-word. Like, he knew his name.
Can you speak up?
Yeah.
Okay. That was after I had found out that she was dating him. But the whole time prior, we always knew him as the dentist. At least to my knowledge, I knew him as the dentist.
Correct. But the statement that you gave to the detective was he knew his name.
Yes, after.
But I'm just asking if what you told the detective, not he knew his name after. They asked, did he know of Charlie? And you said, yes, he knew his name.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the way Katie, whenever she talked to you about Charles, she didn't talk to him like it was a serious relationship, right?
To my knowledge, we only spoke maybe once or twice about it.
But it wasn't anything serious, just casual.
It was quick. Tuto was outside.
Okay. So while Sigfredo is outside at your house, she talked to you inside about Charlie?
Yes.
When did that happen?
It was a play date and he showed up.
What?
I think, I'm not sure if it was a play date. Let me correct that because I don't want to say something that I don't remember. It was either a play date or they were super separated, and sometimes she would drop off the kids there and he would pick them up.
Oh, so your house was somewhat like a drop-off point, kind of,
Sometimes.
even though they weren't together.
Correct.
This is at the old apartment.
No, at the house.
At the house. Okay, so there would be times that even though they weren't speaking, that they'd arrange to have a neutral place for Sigfredo to come and pick up the kids.
No, it's just wherever Tuto was at the moment, and he was always in my house.
Okay, so, but you're saying that they were separated and then they would be at your house at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you know Katie was working in the club scene in Miami, right?
Yes.
Okay. She had a job promoting liquors. You know about that?
Yes.
She was, and this was in 2014?
Don't remember the year.
Okay. Would showing your deposition refresh your recollection?
Great.
Page 36. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So she was doing these jobs in 2014, right?
Correct.
You actually saw her doing the jobs once at the liquor club, doing the liquor stuff, right?
No.
Did you ever see her working at the club?
No.
You never actually saw her work, you never went out and saw her working at the club?
Not to my recollection, no.
Were you guys friends on Facebook?
Yes.
Did you see pictures of her posting when she would post that she was working?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, being a bottle girl in Miami, and I hate saying that, but you doing that kind of job in Miami, you know, you've lived there most of your life?
Yes.
Okay. And that is a job that you can make some cash in, right?
I wouldn't know. I've never worked one.
You've only done nails since you've been a teenager.
Correct.
All right. Now, let's talk about Luis Rivera.
Mm-hmm.
You were in a relationship with Luis Rivera for 9 years, correct?
Correct.
And he is the father of your youngest daughter.
Yes.
And you are still in a relationship in June to July of 2014 when they're saying that all of this stuff took place, right?
Yes.
Now I want to talk about his family. He's very close with all of his family members.
Yes.
3 brothers, 2 sisters.
Correct.
And he's very close with his mother, right?
Yes.
Takes good care of her.
Yes.
Gives her a lot of money.
I wouldn't know.
Okay. He doesn't give you money, right?
No.
Or never did?
At that moment, no.
No. Okay. And he's very close to his sister Maria, right?
He's close to all his siblings.
Okay. You wouldn't say that Maria is the one he is closest to? Or you haven't said that to me before?
I believe I have told you that.
Okay. You described her as Luis's confidant.
Not confidant, if that's how I described her. I don't remember during that period of time when I did the deposition with you.
Mm-hmm.
Confidant in the sense of holding his secrets and cheating, nothing else. Because it was a time where I had found out that he was cheating and she knew. That's what I mean by confidant.
Oh, okay. So that she would keep all the bad things that she knew would upset you from you.
No, she was just his sister, just like I am with mine. If she's cheating, I'm not gonna tell the world, hey, she's cheating.
Oh, okay. So
No.
if, for example, if he was doing anything wrong that you wouldn't have approved of, she's not gonna tell on her brother, right?
Luis does everything wrong in front of whoever, so he doesn't keep secrets. Just
But you didn't know about the murder he committed though, right?
No, correct.
Okay, so he was good at keeping that from you.
Correct.
And you were very close to him, right?
Yes.
You had no idea that he went up on a trip in June, right?
Correct.
And you had no idea that he went and committed a murder in July.
Correct.
Of a father of 2 boys.
Correct.
Okay. Now, back in 2014, Luis worked full-time construction, right?
Yes.
But that wasn't his only source of income.
No.
Okay? He sold cocaine.
Yes.
Right? Now, I know Ms. Kappelman tried to make it seem like he's some drug lord from Colombia that is making millions of dollars, but that wasn't the nature of his operation, right?
No.
He's a low-level drug dealer.
Yes.
Okay? I mean, did he sell drugs in front of you?
Multiple occasions, yes.
Okay. Did he sell bricks of cocaine or did he?
No.
No. Did he breaking it down to street level sales?
Yeah.
Okay. And he not only did that, but he also robs drug dealers, right?
Yes.
And apart from that, because this is something that Ms. Kappelman left out, he was a Latin King gang member.
Yes.
All right? Ever since he was a teenager.
I don't know how long.
But you've known him for 9 years.
As 9 years, he was a Latin King from my knowledge of what I know. I don't know when he started.
Okay, but for the whole time you knew him, he was a member, right?
Correct.
He has a big tattoo across his stomach.
Yes.
Saying that he's a Latin King, right?
Yes.
And as for his RICO case, that is what he pled guilty to, was racketeering and being a Latin King gang member.
Yes.
Now, the first time you ever heard about the murder of Dan Markel was when they arrested Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Correct.
Now, that was on May 25th of 2016, correct?
Yes.
Now, at that time, Luis is already in federal custody, right?
Yes.
And when Sigfredo was initially arrested for this murder, they didn't release to the media why or what the connection was yet, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You didn't know yet that Luis was potentially involved. Once, when Sigfredo was arrested, they didn't initially mention Luis's involvement, right?
No.
That didn't happen until June 2nd, right?
I don't remember the dates.
But you do remember that police officers came to your job to talk to you in June, right?
Yes.
All right. On that day, you saw on the news that now Luis was implicated in this murder, right?
It was on the news prior to that when they came.
Okay, so you had already seen it on the news because you told the cops,
Yeah.
I know what you're here for. It's all over the news.
Correct.
Right? And if I told you that the date that you met with them was June 2nd, 2016, do you have any reason to believe that that's not the date?
If that's the date that they put, then they would know more than me.
Okay. And once that came out, before they even got there, you started researching everything online, right?
Yes.
You've even purchased a subscription to the Tallahassee Democrat.
Probably did.
That was the newspaper that was covering the story at the time, right?
I don't remember because I literally just purchased it a couple weeks ago. So if I purchased it at that time, I don't remember.
You don't remember, but would looking at your October 2nd statement to the detectives refresh your recollection?
Sure.
I'm referring to page 6.
Yes, Jane. It's Jessica Rodriguez, the baby mama of Luis Rivera.
All right, I'm going to get back to that in 1 second because I don't think I have the correct page number. Okay, so the first time the detectives ever came to talk to you, like we discussed, was June 2nd of 2016. That's a week after Sigfredo was arrested, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, they didn't tell you that they were actually recording that conversation.
The tally prosecutors have excellent hair. We should probably change the name of this channel to Crime and Hair, right? I mean, we love talking about the hair. I don't know, maybe it's just this trial because there's just so much great hair.
With you, right?
Not to my knowledge, I don't remember.
Okay. And you don't remember, or?
I don't remember them telling me that they were recording or not recording.
Okay. And back then you told them, this is on June 2nd, you didn't know.
Yeah, Acapella, I think it was 3 felonies.
Anything about this, right?
Correct.
You never told them about Katie and Sigfredo coming to your house with a package.
They never asked.
I understand, but you just testified.
Yeah, that shades of blue thing. Did everyone catch that the other day when we were trying to decide? It was Sarah Dugan, wasn't it? She was wearing a white suit jacket, but it only looked white to the untrained eye. Some people saw hints of blue, others hints of purple, indigo, violet. It was a prism. It was great. It was like all the colors in one and no color, right? I mean, it was deep. I think we might have to go back to that and put it through someone who was it that did a Google color match? I'd never even heard of that. I guess you can go to Google with a color and ask them to tell you what it is. What is the deal with that anyway? You know when you're painting a house and you've got some old paint, but the code of the paint has been ripped off the bucket. You have no code. You think you can take it down to the paint shop and some expert will be able to match it by eye. Not true. And why? Because there's 45,000 fucking shades of peach. Why? I get it. We need to go beyond the primary range, okay? But to have 45,000 different shades of peach is stupid. We need to come up with the minimum color wheel that pleases everybody. And I accept, okay, maybe you want a light peach, a dark peach, but that's it. Okay, then we're moving on to orange, or in the other direction, salmon. Okay, we don't need more than one salmon. Okay, we have wild Alaskan salmon and farmed salmon with their fucking dye, But okay, 2 shades of salmon. Then we're into rose. George's jacket today is definitely is it teal? It's more green than teal. What's that color? I know the name for that color. Cyan or cayenne, isn't it?
On direct that the only time that Katie and Sigfredo ever came to your house to deliver a package was one time, right?
Yes.
You knew at this time that there was some involvement with Sigfredo and Lewis, right? And they were asking you about Katie.
I don't remember.
You don't remember if they specifically said that they were down there or that they were asking you about Katie's involvement?
I don't remember, to be honest with you. It's been so long. But if you have something that states that I said it or said anything, then I would really like to see it.
Oh, you would like to see it? Okay.
Yeah, so I could refresh my memory. It's been 8 years.
So this is the June 2nd statement. This is on page 4. You want to have one?
Yes.
What's the date of the statement, Ms. Claus?
Pardon me? The date?
Yes.
June 2nd. June 6th. No, wait, no, June 2nd. This is the recorded statement to ISOM, and I provided the transcript in.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, the bedhead high bun pony on Sarah's great. That's her best. That's her best look for sure.
They didn't ask me.
They didn't ask you, but you even offered that you know Fredo Garcia, Louis Rivera, and his wife, right?
Yes.
So you knew that they were asking you about what you knew about Katie, Sigfredo, and Louis.
I told them that I knew all three of them, obviously.
All right, but my question to you is, you never mentioned in June anything about that one time that stood out to you where Katie comes to your house with Sigfredo and they drop off a package. You never said that.
No, because it never stood out to me until my mind got recollected of the events.
And we'll get to that.
Until my mind got recollected. My mind got recollected. It never stood out to me until my mind got recollected. Oh, that's got to be on the merch list. It never stood out to me until my mind got recollected. Oh, love it. That's a great one. Who says something like that? I've heard something like that before. It never stood out to me until my mind got recollected.
In a second. You did tell them that Sigfredo was the one who paid for Katie's implants, right?
To my knowledge, that's what I knew. That's what she told me.
Okay. And you also told them that Louis paid for the bike by selling his car and taking out money from his 401k.
That's what he told me, yes.
Okay. He lied to you.
Apparently so.
Okay. He told you that now these detectives told you what they were investigating, and you said, I've read all about it online.
Correct.
Okay. And you said, I don't know anything.
Correct.
You do remember seeing a probable cause affidavit later on released for Katie, right? In the media.
Yes.
A 24-page document detailing how she was supposedly involved in this, right?
Correct.
Okay. It was over 20 pages long, right?
Yes.
And these warrants or unsigned warrants were, even though they were released to the media, okay, this was way before, months before Katie was arrested on October 1st, right?
It's been so long, I guess, yes.
Yeah, but you never contacted those detectives.
Who's worried about that, Julia Nielsen? I haven't heard that. Julia says, does anyone know why some were worried that Donna's won't start as scheduled June 3rd? I haven't heard about that. Nor have I heard any reason. And we know Judge Everett is at the end of his fucking patience with continuances or delays or anything. Tell me more.
Even though you read all of that to say, hey, listen, I remember this weird thing that happened with Katie.
Why would I contact them?
To give them information about what you know about this case.
I didn't know anything about the case. So how did I know at that moment that that was that? So rephrase yourself, because I'm not understanding the question.
I think that
Rephrase yourself. God, she's the gift that keeps on giving. That's going to be on the back of the shirt. Rephrase yourself. So we've got, it never stood out to me until my mind got recollected, and then rephrase yourself. I love that. Rephrase yourself. Oh, that's actually really good. And what is the reference? Flocka. Jessica Flocka.
Timeline is going to help with the jury of how it is that your memory was jogged about that meeting. Okay.
Yes.
Now, you previously stated that you broke off your relationship with Lewis when he was arrested in May of 2015, right? For the RICO case.
After, yes.
After. And you still referred to him as your husband, though?
No.
You never did?
At that time, I did, but
That's not the word we get from Donna, Marion. The word from Donna is she is counting the days to trial and wants to get it over with and go back to her husband. You know, she's not delaying at all. I mean, she's in solitary. She's wanting June to come quickly. You know, that's directly from Donna.
but after that, no.
Okay. But at the time, that's even though you're not married, you refer to him as your husband, right?
Correct.
And you actually referred to him as your husband all the way up until the day that he cut the deal with the state.
If you have something that says that I've been referring to him as that,
Like his emails from federal.
sure, if you have it, but
And you actually went and visited Lewis in the federal detention facility in Coleman, Florida, after all the media came out and before you he cooperated, right?
correct.
Okay, so you guys went and you went and met with him, and at this time you already know everything's been released in the media, right?
Correct.
All right. Now let's talk about the September interview that you gave to the police, okay? This would be September 30th, all right? That is the day that Luis Rivera is cooperating or beginning to cooperate. Well, not really beginning, but
Well, I don't know if she filed for a speedy trial, but you know, her first time that she appeared in Tallahassee was with her counsel, Marisol Descalzo, Motormouth Descalzo, and at that time, because you know, possibly Donna's arrest. You know, because she was on the jetway to a non-extradition country, possibly the state had to go and arrest her, you know, before they necessarily would have done. And I think the defense at that time thought they might be like less prepared than they would like to have been, because they had to go and arrest her because she was on the jetway, right? So I think she was saying, you know, Judge Everett was asking, when do you want the next thing, the next hearing? And Marissa Descalzo was like, no, we want January. We want January. She was like, really going for, I don't know if it got to the point of filing for a speedy trial. I don't believe so, but Donna's been wanting to get to trial since she was arrested. I mean, you know, that's been the whole thing all the way through. There's been no effort to postpone from Donna.
giving a statement to the state attorney's office about his involvement in this case, all right? September 30th, the day before Katie is arrested. Now, when you
Hey, Holly. How you doing, man?
get this phone call, you already knew that Lewis was cooperating because you were expecting this phone call, right?
I don't remember.
So if we were to play the call with Sherry Bennett and you said,
Yeah, I know, Jane. Who's making the fucking decisions at the appellate court? That's what I want to know. They should be begging for Judge Everett to come and sit with them. You know,
I was expecting your call, would you accept my representation? Or
If you have it recorded, then yes, yeah.
okay. I mean, I could play it, but we'll get back to that. Now, before you give this a statement to Officer Sherry Bennett, who is the one that's doing the interview on the phone, you spoke to his lawyer already, right? That's Chuck Collins?
Yes.
Okay. Now that conversation between you and Chuck Collins, not recorded, right?
I don't know.
All right. And after that, and the conversation after you've spoken to his lawyer, after you've spoken to Lewis, is they're going to call you and record this conversation and take an interview with you on September 30th, the same day that Lewis is cooperating, right?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And in that,
Sid Mountaineer says, I heard someone say that they think Donna is gearing up for a medical emergency before or during the trial. Hmm. I mean, she's certainly going to be like putting ailments on show for the jury. Her whole defense, hinges on sympathy. It might be a little too on the nose to make it a full-blown medical emergency. I'm not sure. Haven't heard anything about that. Yeah, but she's we saw her in the witness stand on, when was it? February 26th? Or was it the one after that? Whichever one it was, when she was on the stand telling us about the shower rape and the extortion. Yeah, she's practicing her shaky hands and croaky voice.
now this is the first time, the day before Katie's arrested, that you've ever mentioned to law enforcement that you remember this meeting or this time when Katie came to your house with Tuto and that they dropped off the package.
Correct.
That's the first time ever.
Yes.
Okay. And right before the call takes place, you even had a conversation with Monica Jordan, right?
We often talk about the stenographers. Do you remember the one that looked like Elton John? Like, what trial was that? I think it was. And then the one in I can't remember what trial it was. I think maybe it was the Katie Sigfredo trial, the joint trial. Elton John was the stenographer. An early Elton John with the big glasses. Yeah, and the one in Sarah Boone was sitting like basically on top of the witness box. It was weird. Now yeah, that's the new name for the channel: Crime, Hair, and Stenographers.
Chuck Collins' investigator.
I believe so.
And she called you and specifically asked you if you remember anything about a drug transaction.
I don't remember. So if you have it written so I could recall, then that would be great.
I'll show you your deposition, page 122.
Yeah, and if you could rephrase yourself, Tarakawas, and get my mind recollected.
You're on an airport?
Yes.
You were right the first time, Miriam. You can trust almost nothing she or says or does. That's correct. Otherwise, it's a double negative.
Okay.
So call, his legal team calls you and says to you, he's looking at the death penalty and other people are involved, right?
Yes.
That they asked you with a leading question almost, did they ever do a money transaction? And you told them yes, right?
Correct.
And then they asked you between Tuto and Katie, and you said yes.
Correct.
It's not a situation where they came to you and say, hey, do you remember anything?
No.
What are people talking about this medical emergency? I mean, what do you mean? Like she's going to have a heart attack and go onto the floor? I don't think it's going to get that dramatic. I think it's going to be shaky, shaky. Can't walk, need help in and out of my chair. That's where I'm seeing it be. Okay. Anything beyond that, like clutching her chest and falling to the floor, that's not in the future. It'd be fucking brilliant, but I doubt it's going to go that so heavy. I mean, you know, Donna needs to bob and weave, right? She needs to be monitoring how people are absorbing her display and adjust accordingly. Control, maintain control. You know, if you go down onto the floor, you're all in, right? That you've placed your bets, and then, you know, you can't really. There's less maneuverability to either turn it up or turn it down, and in the end, you know, that's just not Donna's style. So this medical emergency theory, I don't even know what that means. You know, but if it means clutch your chest, fall to the floor, I doubt it, because Donna likes to maintain control and she likes to tweak and monitor and maintain control.
They also wanted you to talk to Lewis about getting him to cooperate, right?
Yes.
Right? They actually allowed you to talk to Lewis on September 30th on one of the officers' cell phones.
I believe so, yes.
To have a conversation with you so you could talk him into cooperating, right?
I believe so, yes.
And at this time, you believed that from everything that was in the media, that Katie and Sigfredo had something to do with this, right?
I mean,
I'll tell you something, Sid Mountaineer, who says, did Charlie wait until the last minute to mess up Donna's case somehow with the lawyer issue? I don't know anything about that. I got to show an image here. So this is the image of taken of Charlie. 2 seconds. Where is it? Images. Adelson. God, I really need to name these better. Shit. Okay. I'll be back. I'll be back.
I don't think a brain scientist would know.
But this is, of course, only what you've read online. I mean,
online.
They
Correct.
painted Lewis a certain.
Jessica Rodriguez, you've given us three in one testimony. I don't think a brain scientist. I don't think a brain scientist would know. Oh, I'm going to start using that in my daily life. I don't think a brain scientist would know.
Way, and you lived with him day to day, and you had no idea about that side of Lewis, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's talk about what you told them on that September 30th meeting, because you actually told them that Katie and Sigfredo left the house before Louis got home.
If that's what I told them.
That's what you told them. Okay? You also said that when Katie came into the house, that Katie had said, Sigfredo just picked me up. Right?
I don't remember, so if it's there, then I said it.
And most importantly, you told them that this incident happened in August or September of 2014.
Yes, because I had my dates wrong then. Yes, correct.
You had the dates wrong then, but they're correct now?
Well, I had just moved. So when that
Yeah. So there's the image taken of Charlie just before, just as he was coming into Tallahassee to be held as a witness in Donna's trial. And isn't there just something about that smirk? Why is he smiling? I mean, yeah, okay, smile for a picture. I don't know, there's just something about his aura in this picture that's like, that he's made a move, you know what I mean? And just could be completely reading into it wrong or overthinking it, but there's just something about it that's like, I've just made a move. And with the issue with Donna's trial, God, what was it? It was it was a conflict of interest that I can't remember enough to explain it, but it was his lawyer had spoken to Daniel Rashbaum, or Daniel Rashbaum had I really can't remember the details enough to give a proper thing. But yeah, I mean, was it a move? I mean, I thought it was a move immediately. I thought this is clever. This is Rashbaum double teaming because he represented Charlie and now he's representing Donna and obviously knows them both and has done for 6, 7, 8 years. And in order to postpone, Charlie has thrown a wrench into the works and done this clever move. But actually, I don't think it was that at all. As we moved through, it was just him looking out for his own interests that happened to postpone Donna's trial and lost her attorneys that knew the case really well. Then she had to get new attorneys who had to basically learn the case from the beginning with a lot of discovery, a lot of information. And, she was pissed off about it. She was not happy. And she's there's no indication that she's looking for any kind of postponement. She's eager to get to trial and somehow has convinced herself that the jury will see the truth, that she had no involvement and blah, 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 blah. I mean, she's buying her own product, believing her own lies, and she's not looking for a postponement at all. Continuance, whatever.
that happened, it was in the old apartment. And a couple weeks after that, I moved to the new apartment because we were in the process of getting evicted.
But you understand, though, that your memory doesn't get better with time, right?
It doesn't get better with time and the dates. But once I said something, I said it, like, the truth is the truth.
Exactly.
You're going to always remember the truth.
You remember the truth. You can't remember a lie.
Correct.
Okay. And
Yeah, Nan's got the facts here, mostly. Rash represented Donna before Charlie and then went back to representing Donna. Charlie's appellate attorneys point out that this is a conflict of interest and state that it was never waived. Yes. And there was something else, but yes, that's the meat of it.
You actually said at least 2 months after my daughter was born is when this incident happened. That's what you told the detectives.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after this, the very next day after you talk to the police and after Lewis cooperates with the police, Katie is put in handcuffs, right?
I believe so, yes.
All right. All over the news everywhere. Good Morning America, NBC, another arrest made in the Dan Markel case, right?
Yes.
And now, after it's all out there, the very next day, they come to take that October 2nd interview from you. This is when they come to the house and they sit down and they record this conversation. Isn't it true that at this meeting, Maria said, I want to talk to the detectives too? She's there on the recording.
You just refreshed my memory because I didn't even remember her being there, but yeah.
And you told them about a time that you remembered when Lewis left for a few days with Tuto, right?
Correct.
And that when Lewis came back, he was upset, right?
Yes.
Crying in his sleep.
Yes.
Screaming in his sleep.
Correct.
Like he probably did something that traumatized him, right?
He always fidgeted in his sleep.
Okay. Now, this time when you talk about this incident where Katie comes and drops off, this is now 48 hours after you've already spoken to Sherry Bennett, right? You told them that Lewis was at work when Sigfredo came over.
To my knowledge at that moment, yes.
Okay. And you described the package as Publix bags tied up, right?
Correct.
A brick. And then you told them that you told the detectives again that Katie did not know what was in the bag.
I don't remember. So if I said it,
I mean, I can show it to you. You want me to show it to you?
Sure, if it's written down, then yeah.
Okay, so we're going to do the October 2nd statement, page 34, lines 3 to 8.
Oh, thank you, Laura, for the super chat.
May.
Ms. Claus, page and line, please.
Page 34, lines 1 through 8.
Object to improper impeachment, Your Honor. I don't think it's inconsistent.
I'm not impeaching, I'm refreshing.
Oh.
Correct.
So you told the detectives that Katie said, she goes, oh, I don't know. You know they're stupid. I don't know what, and she's holding the baby. That's
yes, when I asked her, what are they doing? Correct.
I mean, from Charlie's point of view, he's looking for any route to a new trial and signing any waiver that, you know, for Daniel Rashbaum to do, no waivers at all. Don't care what it is, no waivers.
You described it as being 12 by 8, correct? The size of the...
Yeah.
A type, almost like, that's a perfect word, a brick, right?
Yes.
Did it feel heavy like a brick?
I never touched it.
You never touched it?
Not that I recall.
He didn't hand it to you?
No, he went to the room if I recall.
Who did? Sigfredo?
Sigfredo, yes.
Okay.
Katie's got private attorneys. CJ Lee, both of them. You know, and not cheap ones. You know?
He always had the package in his hand?
I believe so.
Okay, and went
To
and
my
put it
knowledge.
in your bedroom?
In my bedroom, yes.
Okay. And on that date too, on October 2nd, you actually told Detective Isom and Agent Sanford that on the occasion in August or September, that Katie and Sigfredo left before Lewis got there.
I said they flew.
Do you want to
I
look at
didn't
what
say
you
in
said?
specific that I remember. I could be wrong, but my recollection was that they flew, like in and out.
You remember giving a statement on October 2nd to the police officers in this case, right?
Yes.
And you knew that you had to tell them the truth, because if you didn't, you'd be committing a crime.
Correct.
All right. And Court and Counsel, October 2nd, page 34, lines 11 to 13. He calls Lewis and tells him, yo, I just came to your house and I dropped it off with Jessica. Like literally within 15 minutes, they left.
Correct. That's what I said, that they flew.
Okay. But in other words, they were not there when Lewis got to the house. That's what you
Yes.
told them.
If you keep on reading, as I remember that I told the detective, when he called him, Tato said, don't leave her with it. So he never got a chance to literally hand it to me for me to even search it, for me to even look, because Tato came flying from wherever he was at. And they spoke, she watched the baby, and then they left.
Yes, but you're saying that now. I'm saying back then, in 2016, you told them twice that Katie and Tuto were not at the house when Lewis got there.
I'm pretty sure I said what I said now as well. I said the whole story.
Tara's not on the Courtney Clinic case anymore. She started off representing her, but she's no longer on that case.
So if you're going to read part of it, then read
Well,
the rest
I'll
of
pick
it
one of
so
the
I could
statements.
get the knowledge more, but I'm pretty sure that that's what I said.
Yeah, let's pick one.
That he didn't want me.
Okay, so I'm referring to your October 2nd statement, okay? 2016, right? Did you review this before you testified in court today?
No.
Okay. So, starting on page 34.
So Nan says arguably this conflict would not be waivable because Rash's dilemma is calling Donna to testify for his client Charlie. But if he does, his original and future client Donna possibly incriminates herself. I don't get that. What? I mean, he didn't call Donna to testify for his client Charlie. You mean the other way around? That he couldn't call Charlie to testify for Donna? Yeah, yeah, that was it. That was the other part of it. But I'm not sure why that would make it non-waivable. I mean, if you waive something, you You wave something. But, what do I know? I'm no lawyer.
He calls Lewis and he tells him, yo, I just came to your house and I dropped it off with Jessica. Like literally within 15 minutes, they left, and 15 minutes, like this guy flew.
That's what I just read with you.
Correct.
Okay.
So am I missing something when you say within 15 minutes, they left, and 15 minutes, like this guy flew?
Okay, and what's after that?
I don't know if he didn't want me to see what was in the bag. And he knows that if that bag was left with me, I'm very nosy. So I like to tend to see what comes inside my house. I used to throw away a lot of his drugs when I didn't want them in my house. And I would get mad. You're not going to put me in a predicament. So 15 minutes, he came, grabbed the bag, and I said, well, what the F is in your bag? He goes, none of your business, none of your business. You're always asking questions. And I was like, whatever. We argued. You never, he left.
Correct.
Okay. You didn't say you left with Katie and Tuto. That's not what you said, right?
No, correct.
And you said previously, as I read in plain English, like literally within 15 minutes, they left.
They flew. Correct.
No, that's not what you said. They left and 15 minutes. It's the same sentence.
Yeah.
Like this guy flew. In other words, Rivera flew to the house.
Yes.
But you clearly said to the detectives back then that Katie and Sigfredo were not there. They left.
That's what I wrote, but I don't remember it being like that.
So Carol Johansson says, the conflict is that each attorney must be conflict-free and able to fully represent their client. If Charlie and Donna use a defense which implicated the other in the crime or perjury, Rash can't help. Well, would that be likely? I mean, when he was representing Charlie, there was certainly no finger pointing at Donna. And would there be well, I guess we don't know yet. Or never will because he's gone.
Like I said,
You'd agree
that
with me.
knowledge. Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay,
Correct.
and a recording is something that's much better, obviously, than someone's memory, right?
Correct.
Because if it's on the recording, we can listen to our...
I mean, the only reason I'd see Charlie flipping is to have, for petulant revenge on Wendy.
Them all up. I mean, he's not going to get a reduction. And, I don't think he's going to take down his parents, but they'll be dead in 5 years, maximum. So when they're dead, I could see Charlie being fucking pissed off. He's going to put this thing all together in his mind at some point. Nothing but time, right? And when he sees what his sister really did and what she's doing now, then I could see him when he's finally exhausted and got out of a fantasy land of a new trial or a successful appeal, when he's accepted his life and his parents are already in the ground, yeah, I could see him doing it then. But that's not soon. I don't think that's going to happen while Donna and Harvey are alive, or until he's exhausted his appeals and his mother's exhausted her appeals and all the rest of it. I mean, he's sitting tight for now and trying to find an alternative way out, but eventually he'll get it that there isn't one. And then, he's he probably will take her down.
Tells what you say and don't have to rely on your memory.
Correct.
Because this is now, that's 2016, this is almost 6 years since you gave that statement, right?
Yes.
And this is the first time that you're testifying in front of anybody about this case.
Correct.
Okay? You actually didn't want to come here today, isn't that true?
I gotta get rid of these headphones. That was on a full charge, and it doesn't even last 3 hours. The fuck. So sorry. There's gonna be a little echo for the last part of this stream, but I guess we'll wrap it up after Jessica here.
Correct.
Okay? You said you want nothing more to do with this case, right?
Correct.
And the state had to force you to come in here.
No, they didn't force me.
Okay, did they explain to you that if you didn't come in and testify that you could be subject to contempt of court?
Correct.
Okay. And what happens if you're found in contempt of court, to your knowledge?
I get put in jail, I don't know, until the trial finishes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Lewis didn't give you a bunch of cash, right?
No.
Never received any money from him,
Not
right?
to my knowledge.
And it wouldn't be smart, for example, like I know Ms. Kappelman said that, oh, you know, he had a bank account and all his legit money went into that bank account from his job, right?
Correct.
Okay, he wouldn't put all of his drug money into the bank, right?
I don't know what he did with his money.
It'd be stupid, though, to put
Correct,
your money in
yes.
the bank because there's a paper trail, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the murder happens in 2014. You and Katie remain friends up until Lewis is arrested. And that's the time when she and Sigfredo reconcile in May of 2015, right?
Yes.
And during that time, Katie never said anything to you that would indicate that she was involved or knew anything about a homicide in Tallahassee, right?
No.
Just like how she was, you know, not in a relationship, but she's the mother of Sigfredo's kids. You are the mother of Lewis's kids, right?
Yes.
He kept things from you, right?
Correct.
Okay. He probably kept things from her, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it's been said before, oh, Katie says something and Sigfredo jumps, right?
Yes.
Okay. But if she said stop doing cocaine, that really didn't work, did it?
I mean, the more he would do drugs, it was always when they were broken up.
Right, but the reason they broke up was because of his infidelity, drug use, and alcohol use, right?
High volume.
No.
Shit.
Why'd they break up?
I don't know why they broke up. It was if she didn't get her way in one thing one day, it's over. She'll kick him out.
So like,
or if he was on drugs, then she felt like arguing. It's over. She'll kick him out. So it was really, I can't say what they broke up for.
No, but you just brought up a point. One of the issues was she didn't want him to do drugs, right?
Correct.
But if she said stop doing drugs, he didn't listen to her.
He would listen at times.
He did at times, but he'd always fall back into it, right?
Yes, whenever she would kick him.
Okay, we've got more news from Nan here. Look, Rashbaum did not call Donna to testify for Charlie, and arguably should have. The argument is that he chose not to call Donna because Donna was also his client, and result is Charlie did not get an adequate defense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I totally see what you're talking about, but I'm surprised that that isn't an issue for the respective defendants and their counsel. You know, I'm surprised that it should have any, you know, responsibility on the court. It's their fault. I mean, it's Rashbaum's fault. It's the defendant's fault, and so on. I mean, did not get an adequate defense. I mean, I could go out tomorrow and hire a monkey to be my attorney, and I wouldn't get an adequate defense. But that would be on me, you know. The onus really shouldn't be on the court. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I totally see what I'm just surprised that these factors should be the responsibility of any other element to the trial than the defendant and the attorney. I mean, if you want to hire an attorney that can't call a witness for you, the best thing might be to hire another attorney, right? So
Of the house.
And they didn't get back together until Sigfredo straightened up his act. That's how they got back together.
I don't know.
You don't know. All right. Now, even though you were together with Lewis all for the entire year up until he gets arrested, you had no idea that he committed a murder, right?
Correct.
Okay. He kept that completely from you.
Yes.
Because he knows that if you know anything, you could be in trouble.
Yeah, correct.
And you told Lewis that you were glad that he never involved you, right?
Yes.
And he actually told you, I would never do that. You're the mother of my kids. I would never put you in that situation.
Correct.
And you're pretty smart, Jessica, right?
Yeah, I'm smart.
Yeah. And you have what we call street smarts, right?
Correct.
Okay. You've got your wits about you, right?
Yes.
So, like you said before, you're nosy.
Whatever comes in my house, yeah.
And it's because you know you can't trust Lewis 100%, so you have to kind of be on your P's and Q's. You said you had to flush drugs once that he brought into your house, right?
Yeah.
You said you had to flush drugs once.
But even though you knew about all of that, Latin King gang member, all of these things, you had no idea that he was involved in this murder.
Correct.
Okay? You even had no idea that he was cheating on you that entire time until you heard the wiretaps in his federal case, right?
I knew he was cheating, I just didn't know with whom. And
That
the
you found out.
wiretap showed who, yes.
Okay, and you had to listen to that.
Correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say that Lewis, he's always lying, right?
When it comes, yeah, in that sense. Not lying, just the cheating. I mean.
But he'd lie to you so he doesn't get in trouble.
He wouldn't say yes or no, so I could never tell him if it was a lie or not. He just wouldn't bring it up.
Now, while he was in jail in federal's different than state, right?
I guess I've never been to federal prison, so I wouldn't know the difference.
No, and I only mean in terms of ability to communicate, because they actually have email, right?
Correct.
We don't have email in state or local facilities. But
Yes,
in
they
federal, you can actually email with the inmates, right?
Yeah, it's state as well, yes.
Okay. Oh, they do that now in state?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that. Now, your email address back then when you were communicating.
Hey, thanks so much, Kyle Ellison, for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com. Thank you, Kyle.
With Lewis in June of 2016, okay? This is around the time that everyone's getting arrested. It was Sienna Negron 1020@gmail.com, right?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
And you were using that email to communicate with Lewis at the time, right?
Correct.
Now, like we discussed, June 2nd is the date that these detectives came to see you, right?
Yes.
And it already had been out into the media that he was involved in this thing, in this homicide, right?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you told him, I want you to understand me real good, no matter what. I got your back, front, left, right, completely, no matter what. Just know that my actions as of today will be to bring you home. Do you hear me? You are my family. And don't ever think otherwise. Keep your faith in God always. And keep that crown firmly placed on your head.
If I wrote it, I always write, I love you crap whenever I'm drinking and I miss them because of my daughter. But if I wrote it, it's there. Yes.
Okay.
Do I remember it? No.
You want to take a look or you don't need to?
No, you have it on black and white.
Okay.
You have it on black and white.
No further questions.
Redirect.
And you do have his back, right?
Yes.
I mean, he's your child's father.
Correct.
Are you together as we sit here today?
No.
Are you planning on resuming your marriage or your relationship upon his release?
Definitely not.
Okay. But he will always be the father of your children.
Correct.
And you do care what happens to him.
Yes, I do.
Are you willing to lie under oath for him?
No.
All right. Did you know that the package delivery that we've been talking about was important before the cops came to you and asked about the package delivery?
No.
Did you know that the package delivery had anything to do with this murder before
Not
the
at all.
cops came and asked you?
No, not at all.
All right. So when you went to Coleman Prison and met with Luis Rivera, did you encourage him to cooperate in this case?
I don't think so.
Did you encourage him to work with the police, to tell what he knew, to try to make a deal, anything like that?
No.
So you didn't get involved in any of that?
No.
All right. Did anybody tell you, did I or anybody tell you what it was you should say here today?
No, not at all.
And in determining what date the package delivery business occurred, you mentioned that you got it wrong first. Was there something you had to go back and check on to try to figure out what date the thing occurred?
No, just my thoughts and myself to remember.
Okay, and you mentioned something about a moving your residences. Was that something that helped you figure out when this occurred?
Yes.
Okay, because you do know which address this happened at, right?
Correct.
And that was that 135th Street address, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then shortly after that, did you move somewhere else?
Yes.
Was that to the house that you talked about?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the house where you figured out that the dentist was involved in all that stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Why didn't Luis Rivera want them to leave the package with you?
Because it was money. Apparently now I found out it was money, so I would have left.
You would have taken the money?
I would have taken the money and left. No questions asked.
All right, but you didn't get a chance to look in the bag?
No.
All right. Was it unusual for Catherine Magbanua? I mean, did you assume that it was drugs in the bag?
Yes.
And would it have been unusual for Catherine Magbanua to be involved with something like that?
Exactly. Yes.
Is that why you asked her what's in the bag?
Correct.
And that's because she specifically acknowledged the bag and seemed interested in what was happening with the bag, right?
Yes.
And that was weird.
Objection, leading.
Correct.
All right. These are leading questions. Let's keep that in mind, please.
Was it weird that she seemed interested in what happened with a bag of drugs?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Was it a situation where Catherine Magbanua was asking what's in the bag, or you were asking what's in the bag?
I asked her what was in the bag.
Okay. And she said, I don't know.
Correct.
So that's what she told you.
Yes.
But she didn't ask what was in the bag.
No.
No further questions.
All right. We can release the witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You're free to go, James. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take our break now.
Shoe cam.
About a 15-minute break. Let you use the facilities.
Who's next?
And stretch your legs. So we'll be back to resume.
Let's see if there's a short witness. Uh-oh. It's the financial expert. The forensic accountant. I think she's a long one, right? Let's see. She's from 1 hour 43 all the way. Pie charts. Uh-oh. Oh, she's after lunch as well. Fuck me. She's the whole day. Oh my God. Oh, that's now the bump. Sammy. Okay, so that forensic accountant, what's her name? Hull. She's, what did I say? 1 hour 43 to 4 hours. So, God. I guess we'll have to get through that tomorrow. I'll try and prep watch it, and maybe I can take out the filler, trim it down a little. But then I have to watch it twice. Oh no. But it is, she's done a great job there. So, we need to know what she says. Look at that. Look at that information. Sophie Dennell. Encore Nationwide, SEO Next LLC, Millennium Therapy Services, Adelson Institute, Jerome Oped, and then Quintana Lopez. All of Katie's little jobs. So she was averaging not a lot, huh? I mean, look at January 2015. She made nothing. Look at April 2015. Nothing. February 2015, what? Maybe just under $1,000. March 2015, about 3,600. But then in July 2014, Murder Month, about just under 14 grand. I mean, what is wrong with her? Yes, if I put this in separate accounts, in random smaller deposits, they'll never know. But it'll be on record forever with the bank. Moron. So these totals are what? What is this here? This is, so 2013. 2013, she had jobs with 1, 2, 3, 4 different places. Yeah, I see. I want this financial analyst to work for me. I got to get me a spreadsheet. I might copy that. What's this one? Checks written to Catherine Magbanua, from the Adelson Institute business account. Wow, that many? 44 checks, all for $407.58. So she's got 2 of them in August, 1 in September, 2 in October, 3 in November, 1 in December, 3 in January, 2 in February. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's like these morons. What if, there's not one single element to this case in any of the trials where you look at something and you go, "Hey, that was clever," you know. Well, apart from Wendy, of course, kind of. But I can't possibly like anything about Wendy. Should we have a little random not jailhouse, surveillance, wiretap? Let's go to the wiretaps. Excuse me. Let's go to the wiretaps. Media source. Mm. How about this one?
Yeah. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, you busy?
Yes.
Or you just woke up?
Eating a
Oh
sandwich?
my god, my freaking eating a sandwich again?
Yeah, a sandwich.
You're eating a sandwich again? Do you think this is going to be pertinent to the crime? The Sigfredo sandwich mystery.
Sir, how much is a sandwich? Yeah. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, you busy?
Yes.
Or you just woke up?
Eating a
Oh
sandwich?
my god, my freaking eating a sandwich again?
Yeah, a sandwich, sir. How much is a sandwich? Mayonnaise and mustard.
Ew, yuck. Okay, no, my
I
head is
hate it,
pounding.
man.
No, I have like a migraine right now. I walked
No,
in
I
and it's
have
like
a worse
meeting
migraine ever.
outside. There's like a meeting outside. I guess they have meetings on Thursdays, and then I had my own meeting in the conference room. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. I have more information for you. And when I got a call this morning, like I couldn't even take it because I had to step out of my meeting because I just heard about it, and I was like, because I got a call back to back to back. So hold on, give me 1 second. I want my boss to come out. What was I gonna tell you? Okay, so this person contacted the office. Hello?
Yeah.
Whatever. Supposedly he said his name is Simon. Okay? Contacted the office saying, oh, whatever, I had given a piece of paper to this person there. Obviously somebody's doing whatever they're doing, they're threatening. And like they're very, very close to reporting it already. Whatever it is getting me pissed because my name's involved. And this gets better. But I'm like, you know what, cut the bullshit. Just tell me everything on the phone right now because I don't have time. I'm fucking working. Like, what is it? Like, I want to handle this and I want to handle it like right now. So, they said, okay, they called the office. I was like, look, I've tried to contact that number. It's like not a working number. They're like, I was like, why don't you go ahead and star 67 and go call that freaking number? And then whatever, that person did it. They go, okay, I'm returning a phone call. And then the person goes, who are you? And they're like, doesn't matter. I'm returning a phone call regarding something of a paper or whatever. And then they're like, okay, well, we know that you've been helping out. They said my name and your name. And
Is it Katie and Poodle?
Yes, specifically her name. That you've been helping them out. And he's like, I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. I don't even know. I don't even know if you're the right person that they're talking about. For all I know, it could be another Katie or whatever. And I was like, okay, what else do they say? They're like, oh, well, they're a brother of this other person that's supposedly incarcerated, and they're a brother of them, and they know him from Broward. I don't know if they were together in Broward and he got out or whatever the case was, but he's like, but this family needs help. Do the right thing.
Do the right thing, man.
Like this fact, he's like, we know for a fact that you're helping out there. I'm like,
Taco's
helping who
going
out?
through
Yeah, I
tough
helped. I worked
times,
for
man.
you before. Like, that's it. I was like, well, that's not helping me out. That's me working for you. And I was like, I don't know what they're talking about. So, but they said, do the right thing. His name is supposedly Simon. They're a brother of the person that's incarcerated, and they said that name. And I was like, no, this needs to stop. Like, this needs to stop. because somebody's harassing me, somebody's harassing your family, and they're putting my name and then and that other person's name. It's getting too detailed. It's somebody that he knows for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. He said the person had he's just trying to get him to talk more. He's like, the person has like maybe a New York accent. Some of the words was a little bit, like he wasn't threatening at all. He was just saying, it's time for you to help out this person and their family because he needs it, because we know that you're helping out.
What person and what family?
Take care of Taco, man.
Taco and his family, because they need it. And then and he goes, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And the person goes, well, do the right thing.
Do the right thing.
You tell them, well, listen, if you guys keep harassing me, we're gonna call cops.
That's what I said. I was like, why didn't you just say that? Oh no, the person said this is not gonna end. Do the right thing.
Did he get information where he wanted me to leave him?
Get the phone number.
The numbers that you keep giving me are the wrong numbers.
No. 305-712-6570. They picked up. Because I was getting tired of it. I don't know what was happening or whatever.
712-6570.
No. 305-712-712-6570.
That's what I
Whatever
said.
the fuck this is, it needs to stop. There's obviously know somebody. They're putting my name. They're putting your name. They're putting and they're harassing the family.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Are you going to work right now?
712-6750. I mean, 67.
No.
Fuck.
Yeah. Fucking hell, he's worse than General Ison at writing down a number. 2, 7, 1, 3. What was it? Of course, at this point, Katie's pretty sold that this is a copycat extortionist and basically is saying, Sigfredo, somebody from the neighborhood who knows our fucking names is trying something and you need to go be Mr. Tough Guy and hit this guy with a heavy chain. Right? You want to brain this son of a bitch. But she's if not, I mean, probably not murder. But she's fucking ordering extreme violence, basically.
Come
No, I don't want to. 712-6570.
Bye.
Okay.
Well, that was a good one. Let's do another. How about this one?
Hello.
Hey, where you at?
Hey, no, I'm not gonna be able to make it because I just got off and like the traffic is gonna be like crazy.
Yeah, I agree. Do you want me to leave something outside my house tomorrow for you?
No, I'm fine. I was gonna tell you that I had to renew, so I don't know why it had like the office number because I always put it on yours. It's easier to contact you because I know the office is closed sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Just to let you know, like I had to renew for everything for their benefits and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, all right, I just been driving around with a big bag of goodies.
Oh, God, I'm exhausted. I haven't had any sleep.
Really?
No sleep at all.
You need sleep.
Yep.
Did you find out anything interesting on the market?
On the market?
No, not really.
Yeah. What about that lease Is it a good tenant or a bad tenant? Is the tenant going to raise the rent? Anything on the market? Fucking oh, the big book of Adelson code.
No. I'm exhausted. Just
Really?
searching and shit. Yeah. Like posting all this crap, and it's like my brain is fried.
Yeah. Posting all this crap. They told me it was a commission job, and I had dreams of driving a fancy company car, Audi R8, to meet clients, and now I'm just in the office posting shit for $9 an hour. Yeah, it's low pay, but the good news is commission. Yeah, I think I heard that one before. Fuckers.
It's crazy. But
Yeah.
well, you're in real estate, so I'm sure these things happen. Good properties come up all the time. Tell the people you work for I'm very interested.
Okay. I will. We definitely need the business.
OptiMax is the way of the future. Optimal Max. I love it.
You know what was so weird though? Like, obviously because since I had to buy the car from you, since I had no car, when I was like reapplying, it's like shows up because obviously.
I don't know, Nan. I might have it labeled. I'm still going through everything. There's thousands of these things.
I purchased a car from you.
Yeah, for what, $2,500?
Yeah. No, but it's like weird. It's like for security reasons or whatever. When I had to reapply, it always does that. Like it'll ask me about like my last addresses. Like there was even one like, what car did you have in this address? Like what the fuck? I don't remember. I got so many cars under my name. It's not even funny.
Yeah. But I'm still at work.
You're still at work?
Yeah, and I got that stuff. But you think there's a chance you'd come up on Saturday? Actually, Saturday I'm going to be racing.
Yeah, but there's no point like for me to really do that. That's what I'm saying. Like there's no rush for it.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted it. That's why you were like, oh, I'll come by and get it.
No, I can live without a bonsai tree for a couple of days. It's not a big deal.
Listen, I'm going down to Miami to see the parents on Saturday night.
Oh, okay, cool.
When I'm headed down through 95, do you want me to stop and see you? Like, want me to hit you up? It's probably around.
Well, like
5.
I said, it's not a big rush. I don't know what. Like,
no, I thought you wanted it. That's why I don't give a shit. You were like, can you get me? I said, yeah. You don't want it? I don't give a shit.
Yeah, like no. It's
Yeah.
like it'll be a little bit easier probably by next week. Yeah, don't go out of your way.
Okay. If you want it, I was gonna drop it off. Like FedEx. Oh.
Aww.
Like
so
UPS.
Nice. You people suck.
What's that?
You people suck.
Is that what UPS stands for?
Yes. You know that?
No. But anyway, that's
Okay, this one sucks. Next.
Yeah.
Hey, you on your way?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna be at the Icon, which is when you come over 395. It's right there in the. You know which building the Icon is, right?
That's all the way in South Beach, right? Like.
Yeah.
That's fucking far.
That was in South Beach.
Like it's a lot of traffic down there. And go a little bit more up north. Don't you have to go up north anyway?
I will. I'm standing outside. I was talking to my parents about everything.
Huh?
I was just talking to my parents about my day. I'm standing out. No, I was talking to my parents about my day.
Oh, okay. Well, I know because it's like I had to just like jet out of my homegirl's house. Like it's not like she's like worried about me every single 2 seconds. So
of course, but I'd rather. Where are you now?
I'm on Biscayne.
All right, just do me this one favor. Just come down here.
Okay, is everything okay?
Yeah. I just want you to come down here so I can see you. I mean, you're already in the car. It's on the icon is on the corner of 5th and Alton. It's that big building when you, as soon as you're on Alton and you cross over 5th on your right-hand side.
Okay, can it be anywhere else besides that?
I can get my car and start trying to find you, but then we got to drive and park. And I'd rather you just come over here.
I know, but that is like the heart of South Beach. Like, it's kind of stupid for me to go all the way down there.
You're on. Okay. I'll start. I'll get my car in 5 minutes. I'll start heading this way, and I'll get my car, and then I'll meet you somewhere in like 15 minutes. I still need to talk to my parents for another 5 minutes, and then I'm going to leave them, and then I'm going to come to wherever you are. But just still keep heading south.
I'm heading down south. I'm in Biscayne heading down south.
Hey, look,
What's your cross street?
Like in 82nd right now.
Is this pre-Dolce Vita? Get your car. He's trying to get her to come to him. She doesn't want to drive all that way. So he says, I'll get my car and meet you there. We know that they met at Dolce Vita in 2 cars. She had the Lexus, he had the Mercedes. Maybe this is just before Dolce Vita.
On 82nd?
Yeah, I can. Just give me a call when you get in the car.
Okay, I'll give you a call and see where you are, and I'll start heading
You
up
can
north.
get it when I call you through WhatsApp?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I'll put my ringer. I don't know. Let me see if my phone was on vibrate.
Okay.
It was in my shirt. Okay.
I don't know, Acapella. Acapella says, do women like Charlie? I mean, does he get convict fan mail from women? I would be surprised. I mean, I know that there's those crazy fucking ladies out there that fall in love with Chris Watts. I mean, but Charlie is even less likable. It's hard to imagine, isn't it? But who knows? All right, one more short one, then we gotta go. That was in South Beach. IDFTS.
Hey, what's going on?
Damn you kids with your
Sorry, I got your
acronyms.
nothing. I'm just driving.
Let's try and work it out. IDFTS. I don't fucking take shit. I don't what is that? IDFTS. I don't it's gotta be I don't fucking let's look it up. I don't fucking think so. Okay. Thank you, Jane.
To see my nephews. What's going on? Just driving to see my nephews.
Driving your jet ski?
No, driving to Miami.
Oh, okay. I was like, driving your jet ski? What do you mean? Weren't you just on the go-kart?
No.
How was it?
Oh, it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I drove my jet ski to pick up my go-kart. Okay, you gonna do anything productive? Like, I had to take one of my toys to go and get my other toy, and then we're all going out on the boat.
It was fast?
Oh my god, dude, those cars, when you take them down to Homestead, like the track's big enough, you'll get them up. They have go-karts that do 130 miles an hour.
Oh, wow. That looks fun.
Oh, they're fucking nasty. Nasty. So, what do you call it?
Yeah,
so
no, I took all my shit. I left.
Get the fuck out of here.
I swear to God. I've never done that. I was like, you know why you stay with fucking everything? I'm done with this shit. I told you it's been getting really bad, and I'm like, I'm fed up. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna take anything from you. I don't want you to start bitching. I don't have a place to go. And I was like, I don't.
Oh my God, doesn't she talk like a 15-year-old girl? I mean, it's like,
I'm like, oh, he's like, oh, the house keys. I'm like, yeah, I'm giving you my car, my everything, and the house, and my car keys. So, I mean, the house keys. I was like, my shit is still here. All my TVs, my bed, and everything is there. I'm getting another apartment. Peace out.
What the fuck happened?
I don't know what to talk about it. I'm just,
Yeah, I think you need to just calm down and like just take some time.
No, I'm tired of everybody telling me to fucking calm down and shit. Like, no.
Because you get crazy.
No,
You get
I
upset.
don't. I actually take a lot of shit. That's the problem. That is my problem. I always take a lot of shit.
problem, wobble, problem,
I'm tired of that
problem,
shit.
wobble, wobble, wobble.
So, whatever.
Dude, whatever transpired over in the last week over some girl showing him her tattoos, or nonsense in a bar while you're drinking.
No, it's more than that. Like, I mean, I don't just tell you, like, all my business and stuff. But
So where are the kids living?
I have no idea. I'm pretty sure he's gonna ask his mom, and I told his mom, like, there's not his mom too. And I'm like, you know what? If I find out that you're gonna take care of him or whatever, I'm gonna report him. Think of what we were doing.
Okay, what's the date of this call? The call to Sigfredo's mom was on the 23rd, April 23rd or 4th? Let's just double check that. Ay, 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 ay. She's referencing that call here. Okay, so the call to Sigfredo's mom was April 23rd at 12:09, and this one is April 23rd at 17:53. So, almost 6 hours later, it's the same day. Just go back a little bit. So she's dropped the kids, or maybe she just left them at the house. Hey, thanks so much, Nan, for the super chat. Wonderful stuff. She's dropped them off at the house, or the kids are at Sigfredo's mom's place.
So where are the kids living?
I have no idea. I'm pretty sure he's gonna ask his mom, and I told his mom, like, there's not his mom too. And I'm like, you know what? If I find out that you're gonna take care of him or whatever, I'm gonna report him. Think of what we were doing. You're gonna do this again? Fine, trust me. Try me. Let me call you back because I'm making a story.
Alright.
I'm about to meet up with Kenya.
Alright. By the way,
So you're gonna be in the beach?
I'm gonna be down in Miami. Why? You want to come down and meet me?
Huh?
Do you want to come down there and meet me?
I'm gonna be down in Wynwood for like a dinner for my friend's birthday, so you just let me know. But that's like later on, like
Call
like,
me later. Hey,
yeah.
did you find out anything about what we were talking about the other day?
About the property? No. And that's another thing, like I
Any news about that tenant?
whatever. If you
I know.
if like you get like some weird calls or whatever, just like ignore it because like I listed your phone number.
Hey, let's just double check when that call was where Sigfredo eats a sandwich. That was April 28th at 1:22 in the afternoon. So that's an appropriate lunch.
Five days later, after the call to Sigfredo's mom and this call we're listening to now.
On some of these,
It's what? You're mumbling. You got to speak clearly.
well, I'm talking correctly. Look, today's not my day, okay? I'll call you later.
Wait, you said what?
I said,
Hello?
can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
So can I talk now?
Yes.
I said if you get any phone calls from the leads that I sent you from the property, just ignore it.
All right, if they're not going to be good tenants, then I don't want them. I've had that problem.
Exactly.
All right, the only someone you say is going to be a good tenant is the only person I want. So I trust you.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, sounds good. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
I trust you means I'm putting the responsibility onto you. This is now your problem, and I expect it to be resolved. we just can't walk away. Let's do one more. I'm gonna do a nice big montage of these in order, and that's gonna be multiple hours long. But it's a huge project to work out. Okay, let's try this one. May 5th.
Hello?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
So, what do you call? One of my friends just called me and was saying, like, remember when I had asked you, like, to do me a favor because somebody's harassing one of my friend's family?
Yeah.
All right, like, they texted yesterday at 2 o'clock in the morning, not giving a shit, not blocking their number. It was the same freaking number that I had, told you to help me out with or whatever, saying, obviously you're not taking me seriously. You have a puta calling me who is Katie's baby daddy. And I was like, what are they talking about? Like, he's like, my friend is telling me, like, I don't even know if it's you or whoever. I mean, there's so many people that have baby daddies, and I've gone out with, like, plenty of Katie's. I have a lot of Katie friends. Like, I don't know who the hell it is. And then, you don't appreciate what was done for you or something, and this is not going to stop. What's so funny is, how does somebody know your voice? Or even if they're talking about you.
Yeah.
Could be a completely different person for all I know, you know?
Yeah.
You're just asking me because it's like, it seems like, you know, because I told them, like, help them, you know? Like, I was like, oh, yeah, I'll try to help you out.
No, I'll take care of it.
But it's funny how it just happened late last
Yeah.
night at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's like somebody got pissed.
Yeah, I get it. I get it 100%.
And they're not scared to use that number because their parents will definitely, you know, like, up to how much more should they get harassed? I don't think anybody should go through that. And it's funny, like, how do you get, you know, it's just calling his mom, like, it's not calling anybody else. Or, like, yeah, you can look it up or whatever, but pretty brave using her number.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty brave.
So I just don't like, you know, the fact that my name is being thrown out and baby daddies are being thrown out. Like, what is all that?
Yeah, I don't like nothing about it. So I'll definitely take care of it. Did you pick up Ethan?
Yeah, I have him.
Yeah,
It's gonna be late. It was such a mission to go get him, like, cause the transition of, like, the class, and they didn't know what it was, and it was like, you know, the dismissal. It was just chaotic. So I called them and I was like, look, I'm gonna be running late. I couldn't find my son. They couldn't find him. And then somebody's like saying, "Buddha, like, why would you just text that? Like, who texts that?"
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
All right, I'll take care of it. Just call me if you're gonna be running late for cleaning. I'll leave at 5:30. We'll get it.
I won't be. I'm doubt that I will be back by then. Did you take clothes to your mom's, or did you bring extra clothes? No, you didn't.
Forgot, man. I left out of the house. Forgot.
There's no clothes in there. It's just gonna be a hot mess. God knows what time I'm gonna get back.
Yeah. All right. I'll talk to you. All right. I'll get it. Just let me know what's going on.
Yeah,
Just let me know what's going on. All right.
Yeah, it's pretty tough when you've got to deal with a potential FBI sting operation bump and a potential copycat extortionist, and then throw into all that. So, did you pack the kids' clothes to drop off at your mom's? She's gonna be a hot mess. She's gonna be a hot mess. Oh. Oh, is that a Sarah Dugan barefoot picture? That's worth money, man. Wow. Excellent. Excellent stuff. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta go. But we'll be back 100% tomorrow night. Don't worry about it. Yeah, like I said, we got business announcements. New business. So yeah, we're probably gonna be announcing those business announcements tomorrow. Should be very, very nice. Making some changes. Okay. Adios. Adelson. Thanks again to all the chatters, super sticker givers, super coffee go-getters, the bulletproof Metrix moderators, who handled that situation the other day beautifully. Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay. So we'll be back tomorrow. Are we going to do the financial account? I mean, you know, I do want to do other things. It's hard to walk away from the Adelsons sometimes, but you know, we gotta mix it up a little. So who knows what we're doing? Maybe it's going to be Katie Magbanua Retrial Rewatch or something else. Wait and see. Catch you later, guys. Thanks again to everybody here, and good night. True Crime Metrix out. Goodbye.